Nisambulunaka. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to those of you joining us online, and for those who have honored the invitation and decided to grace us with their presence in person in Suva, Nisambulunaka. Before we proceed to hand over the mic to the director for a welcome address, I would like to ask Mr. Marika Kwilamu to lead us in a word of prayer to begin our workshop this morning.
Naka. Proverbs 3:5 says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him and he shall direct your paths. Let us pray. Dear God, our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of today, the gift of life. We thank you, Father, as we come together this day for this workshop. We commit this day to you. We commit, Father, all the participants that are going to be part of this workshop. We thank you, Lord, that you are going to grant us, Father, your wisdom, that we will be able to achieve the purpose of our being here today. And we thank you and we praise you for this day. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Mr. Kwilamu. At this point, I'd like to invite Ms. Jacinta Lal, the Director for Tourism at MCPPP.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabono. Again, Dr. Absalom Mabono, Massey University. I'm sorry I can't see everyone who's on call this morning, so I'll try my best to acknowledge everyone.
Sorry, Madam Director, we're getting a bit of interference.
Let me just check that. Sorry, are you able to hear now?
We cannot hear you.
Is this clearer?
You're coming through now, but we're still getting a bit of interference.
Oh, I think I'll just check. Oh, I think the participants are able to hear Dr.
Yes, we are.
Oh, perfect. So again, sorry, thank you everyone.
Is it just a USB issue then?
I think it's just the USB issue then.
Oh, okay.
But I'll try to
well,
speak.
Please bear with us. Let's give it another go. And please, if there's something that we're not catching, hit USB. Okay, thank you for the messages. We can hear. All right. Let's just proceed, Madam. Thank you.
Again, Dr. Apisalame Mabono, Massey University, Dr. Don Gibson, University of the South Pacific, our development partners, the International Finance Corporation, the governments of Australia and New Zealand, Ms. Lockington, CEO, Fiji Hotel and Tourism Association, and our industry stakeholders, Bulavinaka. My name is Jacinta, and I'm from the Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Tourism, and Transport. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but it's still a pleasure to join you virtually and to partner with Massey University and the USP in today's Fiji Tourism Stakeholders Resilience Talanoa. So colleagues, as we all understand and appreciate, the global economy and the tourism sector has gone through a lot over the years, more so as of recently. But here at home in the Pacific, in Fiji, our challenges are unique. We've gone through a lot and come a long way. We've weathered nearly yearly cyclones. We've weathered a pandemic that took away a third of our GDP. And now at the heels of recovery, we're still challenged by global conflicts. So today we're here to reflect and share our experiences, and more importantly, our strategies to adapt, to pivot, and to recover, and all of which adds to building resilience. So colleagues, just a very quick background on from the ministry. For the last few years, we've been guided by the Fijian Tourism 2021. This was our national sector strategy, which had a vision of a $2.2 billion industry by 2021. And that at the heart of that was the quality of tourism rather than quantity. Now, having concluded the Fijian Tourism 2021 and having learned the valuable lessons that we have, we're looking to take these challenges and make them into opportunities, opportunities for everyone in the industry. So with the support of the International Finance Corporation and our partners DFAT and NZMFAT, the Ministry of Commerce has now begun to embark on the next tourism sector plan, which is the National Sustainable Tourism Framework. And this is one of the main reasons for our partnership here and to bring everyone to the room to talk more on it. So what we want is for the framework to be built on the pillars of sustainability, inclusivity, and resilience. So colleagues, we're holding a series of private sector dialogue, public-private sector dialogues, one of which is today in partnership with the University of South Pacific and Massey University. And the whole idea is, again, to get your feedback and take them into the plan and its strategies and its vision. So while I'm not on the panel, so I'm on a panel later today and I'll talk more. I just wanted to give that background. And again, to thank Massey University and the USP for partnering with the ministry. And we look forward to today's sessions in the morning as well as the afternoon session. So I look forward to having more discussions. Thank you.
Madam Director, for your warm words of welcome and for reminding us of where we've come, despite the hardships and the shocks and challenges that we've sustained as a family of Fiji tourism. We're here today to discuss the important issue of looking forward and speaking on issues that matter to us. So with those, we thank you very much, Director Jacinta. So at this part of the program, for those of us who are here in Suva and those of us online, while we allow time for our colleagues here at the USP IT to sort out our hearing issues, I'd like to bring us to the point in the program where I provide some explanation as to why we are here today, the rationale behind our meeting, and how we have so many logos up affirming the partnership status of this event. So my name is Api Movono. I'm from the village of Mbudha in Mbudha Bay in Vanua-Levu. And I have quite a bit of a history in tourism. My grandmother, from my dad's side, worked for 26 years as a housemaid at the Garden Island Resort in Taviuni. My dad's sister was started off as a kitchen hand and rose to the rank of chef in a few resorts in Taviuni. I have an aunt who was one of the first female dive instructors in Taviuni. And I followed my now wife into the study of tourism, and it turned out that it was my calling, because I was allowed to study at the region's premium university at USP, but studying something that I've grown to enjoy and like, understanding tourism, and in particularly over the past few years, focusing on tourism resilience. A lot of the research that I undertook was based around the Coral Coast, but for the past 3 years, the research that we've been doing at Massey University has expanded our approach to better understand the mechanics of resilience building, but also leaning on the stakeholders to create these conversations. So this is not a one-off fly in, fly out workshop. This will be the first of a 3-year process of workshops, talanoas, and a symposium at the end of 2024, where we hope to together carve out a strategy and a shared direction which we can then act on. And I'll share a bit about this later, but from now until morning tea, I've been given the floor to sort of loosen up the space for one. This is, I don't like things being too rigid and too formal, because after all, this is a talanoa. And for those of you online, we have the chat facility switched on. Feel free to jump in and ask any questions as we go along. You've probably all read the program. So at 10 o'clock, 10:30, we break for morning tea. And when we resume at 5 to 11, we have a series of speakers who will then add on to what I'll share on now. So just a bit about the work that we've been doing. So I ran away from USP, ran away from Fiji at the beginning of 2020, moved to New Zealand just 2 weeks before lockdown. And being being very close to the tourism community, having done all my research, ethnographic work in the Coral Coast, I have friends and family who I knew would suffer this shock in very different ways. So I felt an obligation to reach out, to understand how people were faring, how people were adapting, what were they doing, what sort of assistance they required. So we cast our net over a number of countries in the Pacific. We conducted our first round of data collection in the Solomons, the Cook Islands, Fiji, Vanuatu, and Samoa. And from 2020, we sent out a series of surveys, but we also reached out and partnered with research associates who were based in country. And I'd like to acknowledge them here, Langi from Samoa, Leilani, who's just joined us in Palmerston North, Mr. Stefania Sakai, who's a member of staff here at USP, Peter Nehapi from Vanuatu, James Uripuati from the Cook Islands, Jesse Okram, Fiona Teama, who's from the Solomons, Mr. Apukuki Tasere, who's also joining us online today, Patricia Beebe, who will be joining us online from Hawaii, Georgie Hills, Danita Strickland, and Miss Nora Rihai. So we chose specifically to lean on the expertise of our own people, their connections with their communities, to allow us to maintain research during the pandemic. So in 2020, we set out trying to understand a number of things: livelihoods, adaptation, resilience, and of course, well-being. But as the results trickled through, we were very conscious not to be to over-romanticize the signs of strength and resilience that we noticed. We noticed that despite the immense financial hardships, our people were turning to various adaptation methods to thrive. And when compared to similar places in different parts of the world, it was clear that people, not just in Fiji, but other countries, were adapting in a very similar way, investing in their well-being. And so we were able to put some data into things to understand it better. And what we found, a lot of people, it's not news to us now, adapting through entrepreneurial activities, utilizing the land and sea, bartering, communal gifting, solsolovaki. But on the back of this, huge divisions as well, depending on which communities and the leadership frameworks. And this interested us quite immensely. We reached out to people via phone and via Zoom, and they were telling us, look, COVID was an opportunity to go back and work with the land. There were other people who said, especially the younger people in my age, 36 years old, who've worked nowhere else except tourism all their adult lives. They were given the chance to learn how to fish, how to sail, how to carve, how to weave for women, how to plant yams, the importance of these exchange systems. But on the back of that, what was explicitly told to us was that people felt a sense of improved well-being. So we came back in 2021 with a different set of questions, specifically targeting people's well-beings and targeting only tourism workers and tourism-related communities. Just a reminder, all our data and research done was done on tourism-dependent or tourism-related communities, nobody else. And this is where we get to observe that all the skill sets that people learn from the industry actually complement their way of life and complement their adaptive tendencies and their strategies, which the pandemic gave them a chance to explore, exploit, and enjoy. Having to relearn how to plant, how to fish, the techniques, family ties, the family dynamics, village politics. This is all an entire dynamic, complex, adaptive response occurring. And I won't go too much into that. But what I'd like to remind us is that in the Pacific, Fiji as well, our culture is very much embedded into multiple layers of knowledge systems. So you have our people and nature relationships. So for us, indigenous Fijians, we have our totem trees, our totem fish, our totem birds, which connect us to our place on Earth. And while other countries and other cultures in the Pacific have specific totems, they don't have these three totems that we have that connect us to the land, the sea, and the air. But with that come a set of customs and values that when we observe, enforces our relationship with nature. And sometimes economic activity, tourism in particular, can drive a wedge in between these people and nature relationship. COVID actually gave us in Fiji and people in the Pacific a chance to rekindle this relationship. And this was evident in the 3 years of data that we've collected so far. And like I said, no change has come without its challenges. And most of you know more than anybody else how difficult it was to be left without jobs, to be left with opportunities to fend for yourselves. And while this was going on, the overwhelming response, the positive feedback that we got because people were able to renew themselves. This was a key theme that was very obvious across the 4 countries, this sense of renewal of the environment, the renewal of relationships, the renewal of knowledge. We also asked people in the region, what were their aspirations? What do you want from tourism when it resumes? We thought we'd be a bit cheeky because this was still during the lockdown period and no one knew what was coming up next. And so we asked everyone, all of our survey participants, but also our interviewees, what do you want from tourism? Of course, a lot of people want to be valued. And this was like 70, 80% outright from all segments, from the operators that we talked to, the small business owners, to the frontline workers. Everyone wanted to be looked after better, especially with the Fijian situation, the Fiji case. In other countries like the Cook Islands, they were fortunate to have had subsidies, wage subsidy schemes. In other countries, the government were, like the Solomons, were a bit innovative because they packaged their leave holiday for their civil servants as part of a tourism product. So your annual leave, you could take it packaged with a hotel and flights at a discounted rate, or you just take it out. And this was the Yumigo local scheme. But a lot of our respondents and participants from Fiji said, look, we need more locally owned businesses. We talked to a lot of landowners. We want a stake in that hotel and we want to look after it. We want to, because as one Fijian chief mentioned, tourism must complement our way of life, not take over it. And that's what they've observed tourism to have occurred. And then with this one shock, everybody gets sent home and people are left to fend for themselves. So it was a real time of deep reflection, that pre-reopening of borders time. But we, with our batch of results from 20 to 2021, we devised and published a new framework of well-being that was indicative of what people in the Pacific were telling us. That our well-being must not focus centrally on our financial well-being. And COVID taught people that, right, good connection with family, friends, and the community, involvement in cultural activities and events. It gives pride to people. It enhances their social well-being, financial well-being, right? Obviously, regular income, job security, able to meet household and communal and financial commitments. This was a primary motivator for people. From the Coral Coast right up to the villages in Samoa and even in Kiribati, people, this is why they do what they do for their family and their people. COVID, people were able to exercise regularly. There was less stress, but a key feature, again, and this was something that was quite new to the well-being space in terms of academic research, is the spiritual element. Everyone, almost everyone that we spoke to mentioned the importance of reconnecting with their spirituality, whether it was religious or the spirituality connected with their place, their vanua, their whenua, their elders, their ancestors, their history, their genealogy. And, you know, as with the work that we do research in the Pacific, but we also have to be aware of what's happening in other parts of the world who are similarly placed. Different story, at least around the same time. Towards the end, places like Bali, they were into the regenerating from within, allowing people to now determine where they want to shift things. And for us in the Pacific, it's that environmental factor. So we have a website. You've probably had a look at it. There's a lot more there that we've packaged in different ways. We've got information in the forms of journal articles, but we've also got short pieces, the conversation pieces, media that any tourism stakeholder can consume, can get access to, and we hope that the work that we do can inform some of the changes that you, our valued stakeholders, want to implement. But some exciting stuff before I sort of get into the morning tea. Oh no, we still have some time. So this is our latest data. It's just put into this article that we've submitted. This is well-being before the reopening of borders and 6 months after the reopening of borders. So I was in Fiji 6 months in last year doing this study, but also with one of our research associates. I was in the Cook Islands 6 months after they opened their borders to conduct these talanoas. And we'll be in Vanuatu in January and Samoa in February to match up and see the before and after. But so far, and I'm quite happy to be here to share this. So financial well-being, then we lost all our jobs in my family, so we were left in shock. When the resort closed down, it was a real shock to us because we depended on money for everything up until that time. Small business owner from Nandi. And this this is just a reminder and perhaps reaffirming what the Director of Tourism mentioned earlier this morning, that we've gone through it, but we must not forget what happened, and we must not let that fly by and not teach us a lesson. And that's the reason why we're here today. There won't be a lot of talking from me, just this little bit, so please bear with me. Now, I'm able to get income. During COVID-19, I realized how much tourism means for our livelihood, as at times my family had to go without proper meals. So with this financial well-being, there's an attachment to this, we have an article coming out sometimes very soon on the mobility and the movement of workers, especially from Fiji to the Cook Islands, to parts of Samoa, but also Queenstown and parts of Australia. So this is another part of the work that we're doing as part of this resilience project. So while I was in the Cooks for 2 weeks in the first part, and then a few days, just a couple of weeks ago, there's a recorded about 800 Fijian workers who are there now in Rarotonga, and permits ready for over 1,000. And the amount of people who have come in post-COVID, so I was able to interview, so we surveyed 50, but I interviewed and had Talanoa with about 30. And of these 30, the youngest of them had about 7 years experience in the sector. And the person with the most experience was 21 years. And this is a senior F&B staff, female staff. And okay, we're being recorded. I also spoke to a high-ranking government official in the Cooks, who mentioned, look, we've been saved by the Fijians only because our people have gone on to explore better options. So it's this issue of financial well-being. How do we address this? This is the primary reason why we live, why our people, why our skilled workforce. People are too concerned about brain drain. I'm not concerned about that. We have so many brains in Fiji, but we don't have the skills, because it's the skills that we have to build over time, especially the soft skills in tourism, knowing people, knowing what you have to do. And while it's a gain for other countries, it's a loss for us. And I guess I'm raising that point here is because financial well-being is relative, and it's relative to a lot of things. But if we value our people and we value their service, and I mean, for those of you who've been to the Cooks recently, all the hotels, all the major eateries are run, operated, it's Fijian staff or Filipinos. But it's revealing. And I guess it's worth mentioning here, because the before and after, for people that we talk to, it's so diverse. And for those that we talk to in the Cooks, I've left. I left Fiji because I was just kicked out from the island. My chef's knives are still in my locker. We weren't contacted again. This is how we were treated, and this is how we were paid. When we were offered to come back, we were offered only this much. And so they largely felt taken advantage of, and they've left. But here's the thing. While they leave for their financial well-being, it's the social well-being that they may lose out on, because a lot of these people leave their families behind. And with that, all these social consequences. But then it's been good to spend time and teach my children and grandchildren and share skills of weaving, cooking outdoors, and gathering food. We are lucky COVID happened. Now, there are a lot more tourists here, so I meet heaps more on a daily basis, but I have less time to connect to those who are really important to me. And so when people talk about cutting edge of human resource management or people management, as we like to term it now, there's a cool video on our website about Annie Thompson from Pacific Resorts and the approach that she took during COVID to look after her people, taking a family-oriented approach, really putting in the care. And the attrition rates, their staff enjoy it. They're happy because of the things that they do. And so for Fijians in particular, for Pacific Islanders, we are happy people. We are social beings. And this is a huge part of why people from all over the world are drawn to us, because of our unique societal norms, the way we behave. But these are all embedded in a bigger part of what we need to consider for our people in the industry and their well-being. Places like the Solomon Islands are considering flexible times for workers to allow them time spent with their family, spend in their gardens, and so on. So these conversations are afoot. And this is an opportunity for us here in the region, in Fiji in particular. We'd like to see ourselves as leaders in this space. However, if we look around to our neighbors, the Nivans, our relatives from Vanuatu are ahead in some areas, and I think it's timely that we have this space today and this time today to then dissect these issues. Mental well-being. The positive was that for the first time as a business person, you had a forced pause on your business. You had the opportunity to step back and analyze, such as whether this was the future you wanted. And this was reaffirmed to me at the Sustainable Tourism Leadership Summit in the Cooks a few weeks ago, when one of my co-panelists, and Deepak will remember this, actually reaffirmed that we need to look at our people and ourselves as business owners, as operators, as managers. We put our work first all the time. We even put our work before family. And mental well-being is a big part of what should define sustainable tourism, what should define regenerative tourism, and what should define a people-based approach, which is logical, right? It's not a big ask. It's being human and treating people well. I like feeling busy again. I feel like I have more of a purpose, having more work to do. So these are the different sides to the coins, the different sides to how people bounce back from a shock, an event. But what purpose should it serve? I guess this is why I have a lot of gray hairs now. Dawn commented I left with no gray hair, but I've come back now with a full set, because these are the sort of questions that keep us interested and engaged. Physical well-being, well, I've met 3 or 4 people so far who used to work in the industry and have lost half of their weight. There's a gentleman in the Cooks who I met while he was at the Naviti, and he was only in the Cooks for about 3 months, 4 months. He's lost his belly, and I asked him, hey, well, this is COVID, man, because we were eating healthy, we were exercising more, I was getting into gardening. Now I no longer go fishing, collect firewood, or eat healthy food from the garden. My sugar level has shot up. Overall, the return of tourists has been negative for my physical well-being. Why is it that we cannot have the best of both worlds? Okay? And this is something that will come up later in our conversations and sessions today. How can we, how can we pivot and find that sweet spot to do things? And again, I'd like to thank FHTA and Fantasia and her team, and Marita and her team, and Jacinta, the director, for coming together and allowing us this space to plant these seeds. And like I said, this will be the first of annual meetings that we'll have until we finish off with the symposium. So if this is getting interesting, stay with us. Watch this space. Spiritual well-being. During the pandemic, we were not able to go to church because of COVID-19. This is specifically during the lockdown. But it didn't stop people from worshiping our God from our own homes, strengthening family bonds. Across Samoa, the Cook Islands, Fiji, and Vanuatu, but more prominent in these three countries is the spiritual year. And this was in the early part of the pandemic that we really got. This is when people were telling us, we don't have food, we don't have money, we don't have anything. But it's because we prayed together. We reached out to our family. We saw something for the younger 25 to 35-year-olds. This was new to them. This sort of gifting and this really close-knit communal strength that comes with engaging in spiritual endeavors of whatever sort. For those in various countries like the Vanuatu and the Cook Islands, there was also a strong element, and in Fiji, a strong element of reconnecting with the spirituality of the land, the spirituality of the sea, and so on. Environmental well-being. With no tourists around the lagoon, the reef and land has had time to relax and recover. It's been positive to see fish come back. Beauty-wise, the return of tourism has direct impact on our land use. The gardens which people attended to are now overgrown. Familiar story for a lot of people who invested heavily in their gardens during the pandemic. It may be overgrown because people no longer make time or have time to tend to this. Cars are more frequent now, causing air pollution. So this is what our people are saying. In Fiji, we took our samples were taken from the Coral Coast right up to Nandi. The interviews I conducted with specific stakeholders, also from Nandi to the Coral Coast, to Taviuni, Coral Island, Natalera, and a few other places in between. Just asking these very basic questions. What happened during the pandemic? What did you do? What do we need to prepare for the next one? Because there will be a next one, whether it will be a cyclone or a tsunami or what have you. If the recent floods in Pakistan are any indication, those 100-year events are due now for us here in the Pacific and in the world, and which is why we need to start thinking beyond the square and start having this open blue skies kind of conversations to get the ball rolling, because we're limiting ourselves too much on what the experts are telling us will happen at what time. No, you are the experts. We are the experts, the stakeholders, the brick and mortar, the foundation of the industry. And yes, despite the huge influence and power of governments, it is the stakeholders who will determine the future, whether we change political masters or not. And whether anything happens, it is us who will have to pick up our own pieces first. And which is why we have this project and the reason why we are gathered here today. So this project that I'm leading is a project that's being run with two partners, Professor Regina Scavens from Massey University and our very own distinguished Professor Stephen Ratuva from the University of Canterbury's Macmillan Brown Center. So together we run this Marsden-funded Royal Society Te Aparangi research grant, which we won and which was delivered at the beginning of this year. And it will run for 3 years. It's titled Harnessing Resilience and Sustainability in a World of Increasing Disorder. And it's focused for the moment, for the first 3 years, on Fiji and Vanuatu. So this very same process that we are conducting today will be replicated and done already with the blessing of the Director of Tourism in Vanuatu. So really, we want to understand better how the different stakeholders respond to crisis. Not just the pandemic, but the multiple crises that we've faced over time. Some may have suffered immensely from the political shocks of 2006, 2000, 1987. Others have faced multiple shocks of Winston, Yasa, and so on and so forth. Others have experienced different types of shocks, such as the global financial crisis. We are in the midst of a world cost of living crisis at the moment. How are we, as tourism stakeholders, responding, reacting to these shocks, these previous shocks? And with this knowledge pool that we are going to pull together and build this community, we need to feed it along these lines and understand what works, what worked, how can we put these measures in place so that when the next shock happens, we don't just react. We're able to give something to people out there who are donors. We all know how sexy of a topic climate change is, and how millions and billions of dollars of green financing is available there. The tourism panel on climate change has been was launched recently, and with that, a pool of funding, which we are trying very hard to carve out a specific sum for us in the Pacific to build this kind of projects. We don't want to run any more pilots. We want this to be a co-owned process of understanding how do we build resilience. Co-owned, co-created, co-managed, and Massey University is just here as a partner. Because it's a New Zealand-based university, but you have your very own son of Mbutha Bay here to make sure that we steer in the right direction. Exploring adaptive patterns and signs of community resilience. This was very obvious during the pandemic. These signs of community resilience. We're not saying that all communities developed or responded well. We're not saying that everyone went through this and came out on top or came out at the end of the tunnel. People are still struggling, but we need to focus on the positives. So in our research and the philosophy that we employ a strengths-based approach to research. We want to do away with the critical critique for the sake of critiquing things. We think that this is a good process for us to follow. And that's what this Talanoa today is about. It's really getting to know each other, getting to exchange some experiences in Talanoa, but to forge this working group, this resilience, stakeholder resilience group that we can carry on the conversations in after this meeting and into the next few years. Emergent leadership. This is something that we also noticed in not just in the data that we conducted, the data collection that we conducted, but also when I went out to the different communities that were flourishing and were thriving. They were not thriving on their own. It was because there was a leader. There was a leadership regime of some sort, of some framework, of some structure that brought better, enhanced well-being for their people. This is what we want to look out for, and we share this not just as Fiji tourism stakeholders, but we will be partnering with our Vanuatu brothers and sisters, and we will meet together either in Fiji or in Vanuatu for the resilience framework. So from next year, we'll be having we will be sharing experiences, sharing techniques, sharing ideas. And the later part of the program today Marita and her project will share some of the things that they're doing in Vanuatu. And of course, identify pathways for transforming tourism. It's too much of a cliche at the moment. Transformational change, regenerative tourism, sustainable tourism. I have no problem with the term. It's just, how do we reflect? How do we stick to a path and we embrace the values and principles that will ensure that these ways of doing tourism come into fruition? And there's no one size fits all, but if we agree to a set of values that will enhance resilience building, improve the well-being of our people, then I definitely think we have a shot at this. Lastly, let me just remove this for the sake of our. Okay, so this is the tourism resilience framework. It's in publication at the moment. It should be released before the end of November. But really, this is the conceptual framework that is guiding this particular resilience study. So on the horizontal loop, for those of us who are familiar with resilience literature, you'll find this very familiar, because this is what's termed as the Hollings loop or the resilience loop, which just gives us an idea of what happens when there's a shock. All right. So usually when a shock occurs, it triggers a release of some sort. So when you lose your income, or you lose guests, you lose visitors, there's a shock of some sort. If there's a cyclone, and this is what's termed as a period of release, when a system is disrupted, whatever it is, a communal system, in this case, it's the tourism system, it automatically, or it flows into a state of reorganization, where you reorganize and you try to respond and meet the locals, or go locals campaign, looking inwards, bartering. These are sort of the short-term reorganization that people, communities, and industries have to face themselves. Okay, we wean out a couple of staff. Let's put a few people on half pay. These reorganization techniques are usually responsive and reactive to the type of shocks that are encountered. This is usually followed by a period of growth. And this might be familiar to some of us, this growth period, because after the shock is over, we experience this second honeymoon phase, where we get back into rebounding, bouncing back. And for those who are well versed in the resilience literature, it's always emphasized that resilience is about bouncing back. But no, it isn't just about bouncing back. We need to bounce forward better. And that's where we have the opportunity to reach this stakeholder action interface. Because on the vertical axis, which is an addition to the resilience loop, so on the horizontal, it's just explaining what happens. So growth, and then you go through a conservation stage where things get consolidated. We write all these plans until the next release, right? Until the next event. So it goes around in a loop. So if it's COVID, that's a release. We go into reorganization. Now we're going to growth. And then there'll come a period of conservation before the next shock. What we are proposing here is that we, the people, the place, the institutions, and our natural environment and resources can also be a pivotal part in informing how we do the conservation phase. How do we build back? In previous models, the voices, the agency, and power of stakeholders are usually absent or not considered as part of these theoretical conversations, which is why this particular study is different and why it has value for all of us and our children and our future generations. because this is an opportunity for us to inform the process of change, for us to make suggestions as institutions that we represent, as leaders of people that we serve or lead, as members of a place or community, but not forgetting the interests of the natural environment and ecological systems. So this is really the framework that is going to guide this particular project in the next few years. It's good that we have a rep from SPTO here, Mr. Deepak, who has a similar looking framework, rested on similar principles, but it's adapted to build the Pacific Islands tourism research framework. So again, lending agency to us, the stakeholders, giving us a voice, not just a voice, but a platform for us to enact change. And I thank you all for your attention this morning and for making it to today's Talanoa. For those of us online, Vinagavagalebu, we have the session recorded, and the recordings will be shared on our website, www.reimaginingsouthpacifictourism.com. If you want more information about the work that we're doing, please feel free to raise your smartphones and do your QR scan, and it'll take you directly to our profiles. So with that, we're just on time for morning tea. For some of us, I think caffeine break is due sometime soon. I may have bored people with my little talk, but please, we do have 5 minutes now before morning tea in case we have any quick questions that we'd like to ask before we come on to next part of the program. No questions from the room? No questions. Okay, oh, sorry, yes.
Api, thank you so much for that incredible presentation. I felt like I learned a lot. So just a really quick question. And you said that you did this research with tourism-related communities. In Fiji particular, I'm trying to phrase this. In Fiji particular, with our tourism-related communities, were they mostly Itoke? Did you find a lot about the ethnicities as well?
Okay, with our interview and Talanoa data, we focused on indigenous Fijian communities in particular, because we also focused on indigenous communities in Samoas and etc. The other countries, we needed it to match. But our surveys went out to everybody. And you'll note in the surveys that all the surveys we ask for ethnicity data. And while we received heaps, and from there we were able to segregate and see what the differences in needs were. But no, for this particular project, we're not excluding any stakeholder or any group, but it's just because from COVID until this year, the focus has been on landowning communities in particular. Yeah.
So would this framework work with other communities as well?
Well, I'm sure it will, because it can be used by any community at any scale, any organization at any scale can use, replicate, or adapt this particular resilience framework, because it follows the typical resilience loop. But the key feature of this particular framework is that you have an overlapping vertical loop, which represents stakeholders of various sorts, depending on the context. And so if it were an Indo-Fijian community, you would probably have, depending on the type, whether it's a Muslim community or multi-faith community, you'd have the religious part as one stakeholder, the women as another stakeholder, and business perhaps, and there's bound to be some sort of collective within the community. So these are the stakeholders who will then inform the process of change that you want to go through. So it's really a flexible framework. I don't want to talk it up, but it's actually working in different areas. I'll give you another example. There's a colleague of mine who's just left. So the Ministry of Health in Fiji is not too big of a fan of some of the work that we're doing, because we're also doing this project on health resilience, and we're testing out the same framework within the health sector in Fiji. There are a few partners, so that's interesting stuff. But it's being tested too. It's being tested. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Any questions online? We miss anybody? Okay, will the research with Royal Society, or Jacinta, Madam Director, will the research with Royal Society be part of the Talanoa sessions? Yes, yes. Yes, Madam Director. So the part of the commitment that I've made to Royal Society is to test out this new approach to doing tourism. That's multi-partnered, but co-owned, co-created, and open and transparent. You'll see from our website, we're doing things differently. We don't believe that what we learn from research should be kept within walls. It should be shared with our stakeholders and made use of. And the Royal Society is quite keen on exploring this. So yes.
Pinaka. Thank you, Doctor.
Right. Any more questions? There's heaps of time for us to connect. We have another wrap-up session towards the end of the day, but we'll break now for morning tea, and we will resume at 5 minutes to 11 with a presentation. Innovative. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying online. Thank you for joining us this morning. If you've just joined us, we've just come back from our morning tea break, and straight into our program. And at this point, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kasi Taukenikoro, the Managing Director for Tourism Rivers Fiji, and also the Director for the Ndovata. Would like to share a video with us before we'll hand over the mic for him to share with us. My mistake. We'll welcome Mr. Taukenikoro to deliver his presentation before we'll play his.
Good morning, ladies. Today I'll speak on behalf of the Ndovata. It is a small group of like-minded tourism operators, small, medium size, that we feel passionate about protecting the environment and having activities that has low impact to the environment. But before you watch the video, I'd just like to share made crisis we meet. Happy mentioning about the natural disasters and natural crisis. This is some. I just want to share before you hear the video. They said we the small enterprises, we feel being left out by the tourism sector because of the current enabling environment is complicated, requiring interaction with multiple regulatory agencies, many of whom seem to feel that their role is to police the sector rather than to facilitate enterprise development and growth. We are made to feel that these agencies think we are irrelevant, and amending regulations to fit us, small enterprises, is unwanted work and a burden to the system designed for larger tourism enterprises. We have had a member of this collective that took him 4 years to produce the right documents to get his license and establish his backpacker retreat in Eco Lodge. He almost gave up multiple occasions. Some entrepreneurs may have succumbed to the pressure to legalize their business and therefore chose to remain in the informal sector. This is due to the one-size-fits-all approach to licensing, where a campsite that's used for 20 nights in a year or a homestay in a community is treated the same way as a 5-star hotel. Modern infrastructures are built to support major tourism developments, and the smaller operators who mainly work in undeveloped and remote areas are left to tend for themselves. Vessels, traditional ndrua, bilimbili, inflatable rafts, inner tubings are threatened to be penalized or worse still, they may not grant permits to operate as a regulatory system is designed again for bigger vessels. The traditional buoys, traditional seagoing vessels, other traditional structures face difficulties to pass engineering standards nowadays, and yet they are the structures built by our forefathers that we want to showcase. The current regulatory system and legislation, in this case, is a threat to retaining traditional knowledge. And eventually, our traditional knowledge will only slip away in the unseen abyss and may disappear forever. However, we are fearless custodians and committed to the just cause of preserving, protecting our environment, traditions, and culture, and promote activities that will seek to preserve our art and crafts, as well retaining knowledge to build traditional structures such as moray and seagoing vessels. For this, we need deliberate and well-intended dialogue and strategy to reinforce cultural practice and promote and preserve traditional knowledge. We small operators not only have low impact products, but have a story on all our products and activities, which makes us so unique and distinct. This is why nowadays, larger hotels use our products, pictures, and story punchlines to market Fiji as a desirable destination. It is more enticing and preferred by guests and would-be guests visiting our show. Let us not tourists dictate to what they want to do in a community. And let us try and invite responsible tourists, quality responsible tourists to our shores that will respect our culture, our tradition. And I'll stop there for now, and we shall watch the video now.
No, Mr. Kasi. While I to prepare your questions. After I play this video, we will engage in Italanoa. Will be allowed time to just ask questions, but also share, and let's try and get this conversation going before our next speaker. Hoping that everyone can hear us clearly from putting ourselves properly on our speakers, but we're assuming that you can hear us loud and clear. Yes, please, an indication on chat. Okay, thank you, Madam. Moment there, we thought we were speaking to ourselves. Thank you. Let's
Bolunaka. My name is Casimiro Tukinikoro. People call me Kasi. The company Rivers Fiji, it's affiliated to Duavata Sustainable Collective. Duavata Sustainable Collective is a group of tourism operators, and they all have same thing in mind: to protect, preserve the environment, and be a voice for the communities. We not only promote the protection and the conservation of the environment, we also want to promote and help people understand about our custom and tradition. The Apanawa conservation area plays an important, vital role to the business. There's a lot of logging around the Serua. This is one of the biggest forest plantation of mahogany, and we knew they were going to cutting down. So we had to save the river corridor, and that's why we had to act fast and protect it. When COVID happened, it really struck us to the gut, and I had to quickly think off my feet what to do. I guess the hardest moment was sending people home, you know, seeing that everyone struggle and you can't do anything about it. I guess the opportunity presented itself when government relaxed a little bit in July. Then I said, man, we need to tackle the local market. Even our local price was still high, so we had to bring it down, significantly. We had to reduce it like to 75%. 75%. So that's what we did. Boom, it exploded. People were just coming. My advice to small operators like us after COVID is we need to do things differently now. Why I'm so passionate about this river, when you go down the river, you'll understand. And you see the formation of the rocks, it tells a story. We have everything to lose. We have to protect this. This is our golden egg. This is why guests come to Fiji. It is our environment. It is our culture and tradition. It is the Fijian people.
Bit of an interruption there. Okay, so we'll open the floor now to those online and those present to move forward. Any questions? While you're presenting or getting your questions ready, I have a few questions of my own that I'd like to start our conversations with. And this is based on a few things that were mentioned by our speaker, Kasi, today, on the importance of indigenous knowledge, the role that tourism can play in leveraging this knowledge, but also contributing to its conservation. A lot of things we mentioned today, Kasi, about the difficulties that you're facing in terms of legislation, in terms of red tape, and in terms of policies that do not recognize the multiple embedded importance of traditional structures, vessels, and so on and so forth. Jumping to your video, towards the end you mentioned we must do things differently. And I guess, which brings me to my question, how can Rivers Fiji do things differently? How can we, as stakeholders, do things differently, and to what end can we attain a point of difference if we do this?
I guess to do things differently. I mean, this is the whole structure, including government, to relax and to make sure that they have also policies that, like now when I go to MSF and ask them to get my boats registered, because I need to register them. And they can't even register those inflatable. They were asking me questions. And the other day we had that symposium in Nandi. I asked him about the Mbilimbili. And then the director kind of jokingly said, what I know about the Mbilimbili is just a one-way thing. It's HMS no come back, and we don't have any other news about the Mbilimbili. And they said, he must be joking. He was laughing and saying that, I mean, but this is what we do. We get guests coming over who wants to go on the Mbilimbili. And that you could say like that to everyone in the house. So what I mean is the whole thing to have a look and to change, then only what we do as small operators, then it makes sense. And then it also can, others have fallen out the way because they just can't get those paperwork. Yeah.
This is quite revealing because it's indicative of a lot of destinations, not so much in the Pacific, but in various parts of the world where they have to contend with policy differences, expectations in terms of safety, health standards, demand by the larger wholesalers who put in all these different restrictions and have certain expectations. But one of the outcomes of the Sustainable Tourism Leadership Summit recommends that we have to look inwards to build forward, to look to our strengths. And tourism, for those who teach tourism in USP, we teach our students that tourism can be a tool for cultural preservation. But I think the key word that you mentioned is the need for a holistic approach. And represented here online and here today is an image of that holisticness, of that diversity of stakeholders, where we can sit and listen to your perspective as a small operator. I really liked what you mentioned there. Once the holistic picture is understood, then things will make sense for the small operators. Stuart, would you like to add on to that conversation, an angle from Matawa?
Matawa was a long time ago now. It was 10 years ago now for me. Cassie. No, it'll be me. I'm watching Zoom as well at the same time. That would be it. But the business approach for this has to be this. I've seen over my 20+ years in Fiji, hotels go from tapa, masi, traditional, more and more down the interior design route of what I call Bali-esque. Yes, down the Bali line, down the Southeast Asian line of design, more and more and more homogenizing the standard corporate hotel. And without throwing stones at anyone too hard, The Balinese are really good at being Balinese. The Thai are really good at being Thai. The Fijians are not so good at being Balinese or Thai, either on level of service, way of speaking, how the rooms go together. And we actually end up, in my opinion, looking like a very poor man's made up impression of that. We're not that good at it. Why are we joining it? Why aren't we keeping ourselves Fijian? A not so popular view of mine is the homogenization of the Pacific cultures. Try and find a Meki in Fiji anymore. And you guys are bored of this conversation from me. Try and find a real Meki. Now, okay, Gobutha Bay, Taveuni, you'll find it, get on with it. The rest of them, the Moanaization of the Pacific culture, the Disneyfication of Dwayne Johnston, now one people all the same. I'm sorry, I don't see that. There are similarities. There's certainly a shared region, but Fijians are Fijians. They're Melanesian. They have a distinct culture that's unique. If you go to any of the main hotels, the majority, 80% of our rooms now, your cultural show, your interaction with the Pacific people will not be Fijian. It will be Polynesian. It will be Tahitian. It will be fire dancing, spinning sticks around their heads, which is a great show. I get it. As a circus, it's fantastic. Is it preserving our Fijian culture, our Fijian Meki, our Fijian language? No, I don't believe it is. And I think that's got it. Again, these are hard things that are coming to the table. And I know Cassie's last week, one of the talks he was giving gave me a shiver. If he has to walk into another hotel and have a Fijian shout at him, Bola, the most un-Fijian thing in the world. Fijians don't shout at each other, not in my 20 years here. We're having overseas corporate bodies, general managers, get the Bula spirit, and all of a sudden we're Mickey Mouse and Universal Studios, and we're losing the culture. Bula! It's not Fiji. It's all of our hospitality. Honestly, authentically, is important as much for the business of tourism. I can tell you when we go into tourism resorts or on the table, and it's to make sure we use that.
This lies at the heart of the and what tourism should be about. And writing and doing things on what sustainability should look like. It leads on to that holistic angle that holistic means being inclusive of the local, using tourism as a vehicle to relate those values. And for destinations at the cutting edge of this, they are going so deep into speak, observe the local dialect, the languages, uh, associated with the spawning of certain fish, the arrival of certain migratory birds, celebrating these indigenous aspects. And it's odd to to get screamed at because usually we say Mbula differently, respectful way, but it's carried because I've met some Kiwis in their own land, and as soon as you identify as a Fijian, Mbula, oh yeah. Uh, but that's what they take with them. But say people who are here either studying or working some sort, then Mbula would be more genuine. And I think but we're holding these conversations because at various levels, these things are out of sight and out of mind. But this is locals who have this in mind. And we're thankful that we scientists appreciate this type of knowledge and share. Thank you. Just to jump online. Oh, breaking up. Very soon I'll ask USP for a refund. Yeah, yeah. Any other? Yes.
No, but the yeah, that not the have to look at could is in this it I'm so in and we to through this and it would that that this and fly across the in not and this way please it I just to before that roll it out analyze and we were successful in that because once we have that, it may turn out that this year that they won't decide to working with this report does work to and we did hear a couple of comments about the MTEF that we might access to all across on the water could be those kinds of things conversations we up on and hopefully we will continue to sustain this. And then what I don't know if it's a cat. I don't
It's an old. Okay. There- yeah, instead of-
While our technicians next door are trying to sort out whatever it is that they're trying to sort out, I've been told that it's a wiring issue and it's being attended to. But yes, RAATTS, it's a thing here. We'll go around the room and online with introductions. And sorry, excuse my manners. I think we should have done this earlier, but what better time than now? Around the room, we'll start with the backbenches because yeah, far away.
Hi, Bula everyone. I am Deepak from the South Pacific Tourism Organization. I am leading the Research and Statistics Division at SPTO. Thank you.
Bulabulaka, everyone. My name is Marika. And with the here.
Everyone, my name is Samuel Oladake. I am a distributor with the Utinelo Trust.
Bulovinaka, I am Loma Mataika. I'm with the Ndovata Sustainable Tourism Collective. Naka.
Boleh si
My name is Cassie, Director of Tourism and also a member of Indovat.
You. Not anymore.
Hello, everyone. Glenn Vavaitamana, Public Relations Officer at Fiji Hotel and Tourism Association. We're a small team, so we get divided into different sectors or interest areas, so to speak. So I look after specifically the environment and sustainability and everything that goes with it. So.
I've just received an email for those of us in the room. We've been asked to speak as close as possible to the mic to avoid the disturbance. So Glenn's led the way, and I think everyone will follow suit. Yeah, seems to be working. Thank you, USPIT. So on the issue of building forward better, what we shall do now, while I try and look for this, is audio still drops out at odd times. Okay, let's try this out. Do we have any other? Sorry, I missed the earlier question. But do we have any other questions or comments?
I just have a comment on when he was talking about these small operators go through when trying to get the license approved and all this. Looking into the future, are they going to be part of the conversation where we, so bring them in so that verify the laws and all these things so that.
Yes, excellent question. And to that end, tomorrow morning, we've been invited to a discussion at the Ministry of Tourism, and there will be a number of stakeholders there as well. But as part of the planning that we've done for this project next year, is to use this platform to reach out to the relevant stakeholders where we can then hold these conversations. We've been working in silos, in sections, in divisions, in segments. And the approach that we're taking with this particular project is to tear down those curtains and those barriers and seek ways so that we can connect and find ways to improve our processes. And quite essential to this is, the point raised by Cassie on the difficulties in getting the sign-off on the standards of Mbures and so on, because it's the same. These are the same excuses and reasons why most of our villages and communities that were destroyed by cyclones Winston and Yasa haven't been constructed they haven't been able to build because there are certain requirements on building that it has to reach a certain level for them to be able to apply for this funding and so on and so forth. I was in Koro for a while in March this year, going through the different communities that suffered as a result of Cyclone Winston and Yasa, and the time it has taken for them to rebuild. And a lot of the issues that they faced were in relation to red tape. And it's similar in some parts of the uni as well. So we will take note of, and before the end of the third quarter next year is when we hope to hold our next Talanoa. We'll try and improve and follow up on RSVPs. You guys know who you are online. We're looking forward to seeing you here in person. But next time we definitely want a broader base of participants to join in. While we gather our thoughts, now the sound seems to be coming through much better. Let me just flick back to a question asked earlier that we missed by Kathy from Tourism Fiji. If we had any further insights on domestic campaigns that were run, what were the sentiments around focusing on local specials during the pandemic and neglecting them upon resumption of international borders reopening? Yes, we understand that there may be some sensitivities around this. And I think when I raised this point earlier, it was in relation to where the responses sit on the resilience scale, that we often respond and reorganize as we respond to a trigger or shock. But we're not alone in Fiji. There are different countries around the Pacific that also focused on their locals. One of the most surprising things that I found in the cooks was that the trend of eating out to the hotels for 3 meals at least in a week became almost a norm, especially at the Edgewater Resort and a few of the establishments in Muri. And they kept their places open because they opened their doors for entertainment. And I've never seen this anywhere. On a Wednesday, Tuesday night, the hotel bar, restaurant, poolside was all filled up by locals who were there just for the entertainment, just for dinner, and then they'd leave. And this was a big income for the F&B people, and I had the opportunity to talk to a few of them, all Fijians, of course. They said, look, it's going local should not be just a response or something that we use in the shorter term. And we also had this conversation with a team from Vanuatu who are looking at ways right now to entice and keep the local following, whether it's keep them for their Sunday lunches or their weekday dinners or specific events. The focus has shifted to realize that there's an opportunity here, and for them to not just be the fill-ins for the low season, but actually a valued member of the tourism market. And for the Solomon Islanders, they mentioned explicitly that this was the way that they were going to pivot going forward. Invest first in their locals, seeing what can be done here. I hope that answers your question, Kathy, and the team from Tourism Fiji in Nandi. Okay, any other questions, issues to raise from the, oh, yes. Yeah.
Point. I think people don't realize that the local specials that were put on during COVID, for a lot of the hotels, accommodation providers, those were not profitable deals for them.
Yes.
it was really at that price point, it was really just about keeping the lights on, keeping
Yes.
whoever they could employed.
Mhm,
And so when it's come to this time when the borders are open and the demand is high,
mhm.
and then they can go back to their normal pricing.
Mm.
And people value the tourism, Fiji tourism products, so they are willing to pay that price.
Mhm.
And that's the reason why the local specials will not be seen, because at the end of the day, these are businesses. They're in it to make a profit,
Of course, of course.
to be feasible.
Mhm.
And it will be that the local specials will only be available during low seasons,
Right.
because that is when the hotel empties out enough that they will look to filling their rooms. And if I know you would probably understand that
Mhm.
during the low season, you don't have a full complement of staff. So your expenses are lower, you may close down a couple of rooms.
Mhm.
And so you are
Mhm.
able to offer those local specials. So there is a place for it, and there might be some providers, accommodation providers that are able to sustain that model at that price because their overhead is lower. But for the majority of the operators, that's not a feasible business model to maintain throughout the year.
Fair point indeed. And I guess the point that we're trying to sort of suggest here is that people are thinking differently about the approach, not just as discounting. Of course, it's a business. We appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's just there are other things that can be done to entice a local following that's able to sustain an industry during the next shock. And I guess that's the hint that I got from our counterparts in Vanuatu and smaller places like Kiribati, who, unlike us, don't enjoy those mass influxes. So they're thinking quite differently about how the hotels can engage with their locals, not just and we understand when the low time you need to warm beds, warm people on the beds, but it's just these things need to, and this is the space for it. Yes, Stuart, we can talk about what exactly do we mean here?
Used to go this he this could go could go to New Zealand, could the now look which to them that cars that were parked dead. Yeah. These well heeled, we've got that class was good for good and class the fifth the the yeah well this should
I was often asked up at Nukumbati if I would open for the local market. And I didn't take part because I felt I had a certain product and a certain standard to take. And when I actually spoke to some of the people who were well, if you come here and have a half-baked experience, you'll never come back. You know, the feedback about my property, that's how it will remain, and that's how it'll be. So we have to be really careful about some of the responses that we. That's why I really appreciate that if we can continue so many facets to it. Like go to but have the same level of experience. And you know, that could be a viable option for them to continue. And a demand of everybody that it should be applied across the board, that everybody should be able
Yeah, to check in again with our audience to see if you have any further questions before we move on to our next. Questions, and please, if you're online, just feel free to jump in, reach in, or turn on your microphones. Right, at this point in time, I would like to invite Jenny Burke from Nukumbati Island Resort, owner, operator, Vinawali Sarra for crossing the Bly Waters, the Corsi, to be with us today. You have the mic, ma'am.
Tara Api, it's my pleasure to come and share with you today my experiences as a hotel owner, developer, and a member of Madhuata, a girl from Madhuata who dared to dream and go back and open a 5-star resort. Mad to be working. Thank God for stupidity, because I prevailed. Better. The stuff that Kasi just raised earlier with problems with certification, with getting licenses. I just held on to a dream that as a young girl from where I grew up, I was going back to do something. And I'm born and bred in Lambasa, and that's a different mindset. We bought the property in 1990. It had been developed by a local hotelier family, open and run a backpacker resort. And of course, we had the 1987 coup, and it never got off the ground. The poor guys hadn't a clue how to recover from that. So, as a young entrepreneur, I picked up a good real estate. You know, I got a deal. So that's how we stepped into that space. My husband and I are not hoteliers, not developers, but we're entrepreneurs. And that's the heart we brought with us. And for those of you who don't know, Nukumbati Island sits inside the Great Sea Reef, this massive and wonderful natural ecosystem that Fiji owns. And we realized that was our biggest asset. You know, we were going to take over a hotel that we didn't have a clue how we were going to run. But never mind, it was a wonderful piece of real estate and in the most pristine part of the world. And it still is. That's what we sell. We sell pristine. So therefore, the two of us, when we started to develop it, we were determined to be at the forefront of sustainability and ecological and responsible development. We were and are mindful of our impact on our local, social, and our total environment. That's what we were mindful of. As I've said before, we're remote, and we're located in an area of Fiji still untouched by tourism. When I talk about where I am in terms of marketing, people say, oh, that's the untourist part of Vanuatu. Yeah, it is. I'm happy with that. Places like us, though, are becoming more and more difficult to find in the world. And on the worrying side, untainted and untouched areas are less common. We're now having a conversation about sustainable tourism. When we started, that was not really a good word to use with selling your property. We were seen as tree huggers and, because we use solar power. We harvested our own water. We recycled our own sewage. Talk about trying to get certification from the health department. They didn't know what our sewage system did. I said, just sign here, dear. It works. We had huge problems. I wasn't going to be deterred. I said, I'm from here, you've got to give me a. And so for us, everything around us, not only preserving it, but actually making it better, became what drove us to be there. And because that's what today's tourists, and even then they were hard to find, but there were already people looking to come to a property like ours. They were hard to find. Another story, but that's really the background on Nukumbati. And I believe I'm supposed to talk about all the shocks and I've experienced in 32 years. Where do I start? I mean, we bought the property because it was traumatized by the first coup. And I think the reaction to repositioning Fiji after the first coup was very slow and quite I was already aware that it was very difficult to market Fiji when we bought the property. So we've faced, in the 32 years, we've faced multiple coups. The GFC, just recently, what we've been talking about now, the pandemic. The cyclones that I feel were significant to us was Kina, because it was in the first year. I think I was open 3 months. I think I was still talking to my manager when the phone got cut off because it meant the power got cut off. That was a total shock for me. I thought, cyclones? Anyway, after that, it was like a lot of cyclone preparation work as a result of this Category 3 cyclone. Then we got hit by Evan, Winston, and Yasa in the middle of the pandemic. Yasa was what I would probably call the 100-year storm that we had. The island was empty. I sent my 2 daughters there because we were in the west, because according to the cyclone path, it was going to hit the west. So I sent them to Nukumbati thinking they'd be safe. 3 days later, the cyclone path changed and it went right over Nukumbati. So they were there with 2 staff and our property got totally destroyed. But what I'm learning, that storms are getting bigger, stronger, far more destructive. And like before it was just the beach got eroded. Now I'm losing my gardens, water contamination. For about 6 months, I can't use the wells because there's so much seawater in it. However, we harvest water, so we have huge water system on the island. And as an island resort, and probably in Fiji, would it be, Stuart, that are coastal? Yeah. Rising sea level. And it's not just about the 3 or 4 centimeters they're talking about. The reality is that every spring tide, which is every 3 months, the water floods our gardens. So when you're on a resort where you're wanting to be sustainable with food, that's a major problem now. And the GFC, 2007 to 2009, and probably continued for 3 years after 2009. There's some people in maybe don't know what it is, but it was extreme stress on the global financial system and the banking system. My 2 major markets, which made up 90% of my business, was in USA. It was as bad as the pandemic. The efforts that were made to refocus our marketing in Fiji, because it didn't really affect the major market in Fiji, major tourism market. It was just like, why don't you have business? In the roadshow, going to Australia. How about, I don't have business from Australia. These are the kind of things that we have to build in. We have to build in that small businesses, very specialized markets. And it's not just about, one size fits all. It's a very dangerous way to react to any trauma. And as for the pandemic, I remember the day, March 23rd, our borders closed. I remember sitting at the Fiji Orchid to speak to my staff, and all I could say to them, because I felt so bad for them, all I could say was, for those of you that know your village and know you can go and live in your village, please go home. Because at the time I seriously thought we would be shut till December. Not half years or 2 years. Yeah. No, like a host and I only had 4 staff at the Fiji Orchid, but for those people who weren't connected to a village, I said to them, I have amazing grounds here. Food, and for me, it was also a way of having security on the property, because I was heading up to Vanua level. I had to pack up that night and leave because they were closing the border at Lomo Lomo. So I had to pack my bags and leave and go to Vanua level. So, I had to leave instructions that day and hope people for a change. Vanua level, we led an idyllic life. I didn't have any pesky guests. I didn't have to talk about, is your coffee all right today, madam? It was just us. We were enjoying the property. And because Nukumbati, we developed on solar, we harvest our own water, it actually cost us nothing to live there. I highly recommend it for the next pandemic, that you invest in solar. Yes, I really do. We had power. the local community because, you know, they lost their work, but I mean, I had the best cabbages, beans, whatever. I fed the whole community. And Yasa hit in December. Sorry, it took us 6 months to clear the debris from Yasa. But anyhow, we're here today, but I'm still not open at Nukumbati. And I need to tell that story because we were, we were cut off. We were, Vanua Levu and Viti Levu were cut off in 2021. Couldn't move around, couldn't get building supplies. And this is where like government tries to help and give you a 6-month window to help you out with building. Well, we're just building now. The shortage in supplies. You know, we had a lot of damage to our solar system, so we had to import. And by the time we worked out how much we needed and we had to import, it took, the stuff that we imported from the factories in China only took a month to put together. So there were 2 container loads of solar gear that we had to bring in. But by the time we shipped it, and then it arrived in Lautoka and customs cleared it. So, we go and ask for our rebate on duty for reconstruction after Yasa or the pandemic. No, periods passed. And, we are having battles and fighting with people who are in the office, not the decision maker. And that's the tough one. And all that needs to be brought into the conversation. We just bought wiring. It's wiring for batteries. It's like the duty on it is 40%. I bought $1,000 worth of wiring last week to send up to the island. I mean, if we didn't have that duty on it, you do the maths. And I need probably another 3 times more. So bucks to be I think. So people still rely on fossil fuel. And cheap either now. Well, there's I guess I just want to say a little bit about what resilience means for me. As you said before, resilience is about bouncing back. But for me, resilience really is about survival. Because about surviving where I am, where there's no power. I have to provide all of that. None of the infrastructure is available there. I don't even have, there's no phone signal. You have to have a satellite to fly. So don't talk to me about all the changes that government departments have brought in about we've got to do everything on email and, send that back to their offices in Suva. All decisions are so Suva-centric. I'm not the only person that suffers from it. I mean, the pandemic really showed, kids were being told to work from afar. You don't have a phone signal out there. How are these kids supposed to do their schoolwork? Yeah. But I feel like the way we've survived for the last 32 years is we've remained small. Yes, I could have had more rooms, but I've chosen, I chose to charge more, provide the best. And when you treat people right the first time, they're your best marketing tool. Write reviews. And we all think we're going to get good reviews. It's a double-edged sword. You also get bad reviews. And, for resilience in tourism, we need to up the ante with training, the kind of training that's available for tourism workers. I've done all the training for my staff. Okay, with a property like Orchid, I actually found work for my really star workers. They came and worked in Suva and had really, really great jobs. I reopened at Orchid in March. I've got all my staff back. They all came back, even though they had really good jobs in Suva, but they've all come back. And I've culled my staff numbers because of the current shortage that we're having with staffing in Fiji. But I've really focused on the training with my staff, because at the end of the day, if we deliver the service, we get better reviews on all booking engines, and that's my marketing done. So like I said, my parting word is that resilience is about surviving.
I think everyone in the room and everyone listening will agree that that was a couple of nuggets of wisdom and gold right there. Were a number of shocks, from the shock that provided the pathway to jump into the industry, into the space. But since then, over 33 years, you've weathered the storm, so to speak, and it makes sense now. In fact, I will use a quote from you on resilience is about survival over a longer time. And while academics and researchers like to use resilience and coin it as bouncing back, on that it's about survival, and it speaks to the tone of our small gathering today, because we are actually talking much more beyond resilience. It's about survival. It's about maintaining our identity, using tourism as a vehicle to improve people's well-being, their cultural well-being, their financial well-being, the environmental well-being. But I guess one question that I would like to ask now, Jenny, if you'd indulge, is what do you think should be the next step for us? So I keep hearing this disconnect between government, the Suva establishment, the development needs of those in the community, tourism stakeholders. What could be a solution to this, apart from, say, holding another tourism forum?
No.
We'll come and Talanoa here.
No, no more talking. Well, we need to talk to Ed, but we need to bring in everybody. We need to look at, like, okay, further development in tourism. You've got to look at all the bumps and the humps that we had to get over to be where we are. People come and look at you running a smooth running operation and they go, I could do that. That'd be forced to? Yes. Yes. Whole thing about tourism, it's all about perception. What we're selling and what we are doing, it's like that analogy of the swan. You look at the swan, it's so graceful. You put your head underwater, you see how hard it's paddling to stay upright and look that serene. Well, that's what we are. There's a lot of things under the water. We need to stick our head under that water and look at what's required. It's almost like we go to MSF and then they say, oh, but you've got to run here. Or when we get our hotel license, to get our hotel license, to get our liquor license, they're so similar. And the same authorities come and look at us, but they have to do separate trips. Makes no economic sense. I'm not asking for a better deal than Marriott or Hilton. I want some
sense.
You apply for, you put in a development application. You've got all your ducks in a row. And or half those ducks get eaten or die or go somewhere else.
And on top of that, they charge you 40% duty on renewable renewable energy. And it's becoming more clear now about the complexities. Being react and adapt on numerous levels, not just to the changes in the political sphere, the environmental sphere, but you also have to tackle the internal red tape and the hoops and what should we call it? That you have to jump over here. For, I mean, in the interest of this this particular project for the next 3 years, I think it's clear now that we need either next time, or sorry, before I leave in February, is to start making these connections with people specifically in these areas to see whether we can hold conversations on streamlining these. Because I'm sure it should be in the interest of everyone to.
Well, in Anna. And if we go back to one of the things you found in your research, that more smaller people want to be involved in tourism, all these roadblocks have to be cleared. They don't have people don't have the patience, people don't have the money.
Yeah.
What from boat licenses. Not to take them. Going for the licenses.
Mhm. Mhm. The uh, uh, can see how excited Stuart is in his speech, but still no audio coming through. I apologize on our behalf, ladies and gentlemen joining in online. Yeah, exciting. It's exciting Talano's here, especially on. Let me just bridge it for the sake of our online listeners. I think we've reached a point in our little Talano here. We've acknowledged that there's problems of our own doing. From the licensing areas, there's not enough facilitation. And I think part of the resilience building element of realizing resilience is working together, facilitating and promoting the furtherance of tourism. Whatever the operators need, require, it should be facilitated in a manner that is not just conducive for business, but it also builds relationships between the various stakeholders and people who are engaged in these validation processes, whether it's for health and safety or for fire or for boat marine management or what have you. There needs to be whatever it is, a body or a term of understanding. And this is why I like to use the term values and principles that we as tourism stakeholders must together embrace. And not just us who have some form of affiliation to tourism. Our stakeholders are the FNPF. Our stakeholders are also our health people. Our stakeholders are those in the licensing board, in the liquor boards, in the councils, in the labor office. And this is where we need to hold these conversations with. I think the time of living in our silos and our groups, our little tourism groupies, I think we need to open up our arms and realize that we are an industry that's attached to other industries, reliant, independent, and our survival depends on our goodwill and working together. And that's, in a nutshell, a few of the things that you may have missed out because of sound difficulties for those of you online. Please, members of the audience in Suva, if I missed something or misrepresented someone, Stuart will probably throw something over. Yeah, thank you again. I think it's becoming clearer that yes, there are problems, but the solutions are not beyond the horizon. No, solutions are here with us, but it takes a bit of political maneuvering, political will, but most importantly for us to embrace these values, which are not new, but when practiced, will be facilitating, empowering, and we'd be able to get some of the things done quicker. And for you, Koto, imagining what Stuart was saying, Stuart was actually very energetic and passionate about the need for us to tear down these barriers, these replicated processes, this policing instead of supporting. It should be empowering instead of degrading or disencouraging, which I understand is sort of the way things have been operating for some time. Try to get your car past at LTA. It's the same process. You have to jump through a number of hoops. I've been trying to renew my boatmaster's license. I don't know how you do it. You have to know somebody to get there. Yeah. Yeah.
If the no help the with the just that organization issues.
Mhm.
In where that we have with
Yes.
Yeah, Happy, it's funny just to mention how you're saying about renewing your boatmaster's license. Just imagine, you know, MSF who's trying to do training and they can't even operate Andrua if they had been given Andrua, you know, and yet they are the ones who's gonna give those license, you know. And another point is, you know, Regis Fiji has also a conservation area. It's a conservation tourism lease. And at the same time, you know, NLTB is charging us a tourism lease. You know, we're not building anything on that conservation area. It's just a lease where we try to conserve the biodiversity there and the environment. And yet they say, no, you're we are gonna be treated the same way as like a big hotel lease, you know. That is something I'm facing now. Yeah. So you see, this is some of the things we go through. Yeah.
Yes, Nobody Bukasi and Jenny and Stuart. We have another, yes. Ron.
Mula Lamamateka from the Ndovata. Just with regards to facilitating cultural technologies like the Ndruas, the Mbures and whatnot. One thing that's lacking, maybe even in our academic circles, is documenting these sorts of structures and then making it accessible to within just businesses, even like at government level. So having, like I've experienced, for example, Japan, the most technologically advanced country in the world, arguably, they have a system to regulate their traditional structures, boating as well, and because those things are huge too in the tourism sectors. I can get in Japan, I can get on a canoe and go fishing the traditional way as easily as I can jump on a Shinkansen. And like there's facilitators like JICA and whatnot who can link us up with universities. Kyoto, Japan has the most academic work on the Fijian Bure that I haven't seen that body of work or detail anywhere else. And I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to architecture and vernacular work. And Kyoto University, they continue to send down their students on every year to document and collect data. If the government can somehow connect with them to then change the building blocks of what they call standard, you know, because everything they're calling standards is contemporary work. Yes, there's also room for that, and our vernacular that's more sustainable in a way because it's site context, like it's more relatable to who we are as an island, the environment we live in, the materiality that survives here. I mean, maybe I'm getting too technical, but there is already academic work. There's already businesses that thrive off this sort of thing. And if we can somehow replicate it here and then enhance and enable more a more localized or Fijian experience in that sense, it would be quite exciting, an exciting thing to look forward to.
No, I share your excitement, and I share a lot of your excitement. Actually, I'm also a nerd when it comes to Ndrua and Fijian Mbure construction. But I have a few friends in Aotearoa and Hawaii who are doing some things in these areas in collaboration with some donors. In Fiji, I think challenges that we face, there are a few opportunities afoot. A trust fund board, they're embarking on this reinvigoration of indigenous Fijian languages, and they've got funds to be set aside next year, specifically for this, for enhancing this. There's an opportunity to, now that we have the director of tourism, who's putting together this sustainable tourism policy and plan, listening to us, to you, the stakeholders, the front line of our industry. This is why we're having these conversations, so that we can listen to each other and we can build on this. But definitely, this is a starting point for us. We need our other partners, our other collaborators, whether they be in various ministries. If they're connected to the sector, then we need to map them in. We need to get them and or let them own their part of whatever it is their part is in our industry. It is with these appreciation, recognition, and attributing some responsibility that we can all understand what it is that we need to do, right? We have 2 more questions. We'll cross over to the coast of Maduata too, Mr.
You. We've been talking about, the shocks and the issues that we are facing here in the Pacific. The suggestion, if we can also look at, things that we can learn from other countries. I'm thinking of the Caribbean, because of the small island countries, they may have similar characteristics as us. And we see, because we are talking about red tape and all these challenges, and see how they, how they go about managing that. And we can learn from, from them.
The awesome suggestion. In fact, there's another project being led by Linköping University out of Sweden in partnership with the Caribbean tourism people university. They're first scoping, but a lot on the little accelerator type groups, investment led and multi-stakeholder. It's like a one-stop shop for tourism resumption post-COVID. So definitely, we move forward. This will be a task that I'll put on myself to act on the suggestions that we've been made today, but also work with our partners to try and pin down the other essential people who will make our lives much easier, but help us not just to survive and be resilient, but to hopefully thrive and leave a lasting legacy that won't be shaken by any next storm that comes along. With that, we just have one announcement for those of us online and here. Although we didn't plan for this, there's we've cancelled afternoon tea. It will be afternoon cocktails when we finish the event today. You can catch the bus if you have your cocktail. But we've reached the hour where we can partake in some lunch and a bit of refreshments before we come back for the last session that will be run by Dr. Don Gibson and Marita Manley from Dovata. Yes. Any questions or comments from our online friends? And yeah, Koto, Navneet and staff that are hiding there in the offices in Suva. USP is not too far away if you want to come and join us for lunch. And if you're free later in the afternoon, we also extend our invitation to you to be with us as tourism stakeholders in the end.
Vinaka, Doctor. I'm just RSVPing my attendance to the cocktail this afternoon.
Vinaka, Madam Director.
Thank you. I'll catch up after lunch.
Okay, Sandonu, Navalevu.
Navalevu.
Enjoy your lunch, everyone. We'll reconvene here at 2 p.m.
Hey, Jacinta, how are you?
I am good, Marita. How are you?
Good, thank you. I've got Emma. I'm in the Tourism Fiji office.
Oh,
They're
you made it.
hosting me.
Hi, Emma. Hi, Emma's Banks.
Right. So, yeah. Yes, I'll see you at 3:30. 3:30? Yes. 3 in a diary, 3:30.
How's your day been, Marita?
Oh, good. I've we've had the party to evaluators and they're joining us all at 3 when I do the breakout session with them about agritourism people. And yeah. Appy or Stuart, if you can hear us, would you be able to make me a co-host? I'm going to share the video and just test that it's working. Thank you. Were you down there this morning, Jacinta?
No, I couldn't go, but I stayed on through the whole session.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but unfortunately there was we couldn't hear, everyone was online.
Okay.
We couldn't hear from only when Dr. Api spoke, then we could hear him.
Oh no.
So yeah, but he was summarizing all the comments, so I think I got some of it.
Okay. I've decided to start, so this is what I did this morning
Yes,
with
I'll do that.
the Tanoa conferencing. I've started just to carry around my conferencing with me. Okay, I'm just going to test sharing this video, and if you can just tell me if you can hear it.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Jason from Nobunikambi
Yep.
Village in Namosi. Wasukete to
Can you hear it in the room,
Yes.
Stuart?
Oh.
Yeah, okay, set, excellent.
Sorry, Marita, I'm like I mentioned in the morning, I won't be able to do the breakout session.
Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think we are all one.
I'll do the one
One session.
online and somebody can do the one in the room. All good.
Perfect.
Sorry, I think somebody was speaking, but it was very broken.
It's me, Dawn.
Oh, hi, Dawn. How are you? That was better.
Okay, Officer Loma is suggesting that seeing you're introducing this, do you want to just continue introducing the, like take over the role of moderator and introduce the presentations?
Up to you. I'm happy to, but I'm also happy for you to do that.
I think it'll be easier if you just do it.
Okay. All right. Set.
Just doing the presentations and stuff, so it'll.
Yeah, I think so. We've got, it's basically just Danny, which is a video, Latia, who I can't.
Is here.
Oh, Latia's with you. Okay, great. I don't have a presentation from her, do I? Latia, are you speaking or are you presenting something?
Hi, Marita. I'm just speaking, no presentation.
Okay, okay, great. Oh, I heard you very loud and clear. And then Director Jacinta, and then Appy.
Okay, So that will be easier now.
Yep.
The session in here.
All right, well, you just let me know once you've got everybody in the room and we'll make a start. I'm really sorry, Dawn. I don't know why, but for some reason you keep breaking up. I could hear Latia really clearly.
Just everyone's here now.
Okay, great. All right. Bula vinaka, everybody. We'll make a start on the afternoon session. I hope everybody had a great lunch. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there for the morning session. It sounds as though you've had some really rewarding discussions, and very grateful to the Director of Tourism, Jacinta, Latia from FHTA, and particularly Api Mavono and Dawn Gibson from Massey and USP respectively. This was very much an opportunistic collaboration, which we hope is the start of many future collaborations on this, as you have been over the years, of course. And this was an opportunity to make sure that the conversations that you're having in terms of the research around tourism resilience and how tourism businesses manage shocks get reflected in the National Sustainable Tourism Framework, which is currently being guided and led by NCTT. I'm playing a supporting role to that process, and really delighted that we can hear from a number of speakers as to how and in what way they would like to see resilience planning being embedded as part of that National Sustainable Tourism Framework. So I'll move on to the first speaker. We have four speakers that are going to be speaking. So Danny Jason from Namosi Eco Retreat, who is the owner and operator of Namosi Eco Retreats. We have Latia Mario from the Fiji Hotel and Tourism Association, Director Jacinta Lal from NCTT, and rounding off with Dr. Api Mavono himself. So we'll get going. Just let me know if there are any problems listening or watching this video.
Numbulanako, everyone. My name is Daniel Jason from Nobunikambi Village in Namosi. Wasuiketei Totoya and the beautiful Lau Group, founder and operator of Namosi Eco Retreat. Pula and welcome. Hope everyone's doing great. So Namosi Eco Retreat has been operating now for 6 years, 6 adventurous years. During the pandemic, we shut down. We had to close the business. Unfortunately for me, I was stuck in Suva. So when the local borders went up in Sawani and Wainandoi, I was just too late to get across to so I was stuck in Suva. So I contacted the village to look after the retreat. So during the lockdown as well, we still had to pay for our bills. So the only way I was thinking to to pay our bills is to harvest the crops that are growing at the retreat. These crops were planted by guests that was coming before then. Agritourism, giving guests an amazing agricultural experience. For them to come and do some farming, planting dalo and guana, cassava, and harvesting as well, and also cooking and have a taste on it as well. It's like the whole concept of farm to table kind of thing. It was great giving that experience to guests. Guests love it. Coming, they're like, it's all sustainable tourism and agritourism. So yeah, so if you're one of the guests that came back then and did farming with us, thank you. You're the ones that contributed to Namosi still survive, that survived the whole pandemic. So thank you so much. So when the borders were open, we were also organizing the cleanup. So I had to run up quickly, check the place up, see how the place slipping, see any damage. And so the whole burres were like down. So it needs to be re-roofed again, re-thatched. So anyway, so the only way I could do that was to, get some funds, get the villagers to like plant songa and then re-thatch it. So there was no funds at the moment, so the only way I could do it was through the waterfall day trips that I was doing. So I did the waterfall day trips to like, so I can, at least pay for the boys to like cut the grass, get the compound ready, And then for the roofs, I was lucky enough to get a grant from Paddy. So I was so thankful for Paddy to like come in time. The timing was so important for us to like, because also we were organizing the Duavata Adventure Race Eco Challenge. So, and I told them this amount of time, this is when we're gonna have the Duavata Adventure Race, and this is when I want the burres to be open as well, because because the guests gonna sleep in it. So basically they just made it easier for me to like access the grant, and then I went to the villages, gave the money for them to like do the platting of the songa, and then we rethatched the roof. So by the time the Duavata Adventure Race came to an end, they were like under proper thatch roof already, and the compound nice and cleaned up and everything. So everything was on time. So I was just so thankful for the big help from Paddy, and so grateful. So yeah, compare this COVID to other disasters that we had in the past. We had cyclones, and cyclones is, before a cyclone, there's always like, before and after, there's always like a 2 weeks rain, heavy rain. And that's how, because we sit beside the river, yeah? So the river, the water level rises, so that's, it's a big risk for guests to cross the river. So on foot, So we don't have a bridge as well, so we normally just cross it by foot. So when the river rises, we normally cancel all trips weeks leading up to that cyclone time, just to, basically it's for the safety for everyone. So it normally like takes a month for us, or more than a month, to cancel all of that, to like, close our doors during those cyclones or hurricanes. Also, during the 6 years we've been operating, we've had the measles break in the area, so that was tough as well. So we had to like shut down for 3 months. So 3 months, closed down for everyone, just to keep everyone safe, really. So within the 6 years, I think, probably minus 3 years of maybe 2.5 years of non-operation from these disasters, and we've been fortunate enough to get the support from the village and the family. My family, I had to dig deep into the family savings to support us as well. So it wasn't easy for the family, a lot of stress. But you know what? We pulled through it. We stuck together, and we kept on going. So so agritourism, man, that is the goal. For people coming and farming and everything and experiencing that, and then, we can, they can take away a lot from it, the full experience, getting their hands dirty a bit, and just having a lot of fun with it as well. So, in the future, we would love to see, the decision makers in Suva, just to think of us small businesses you know, small businesses operation, you know, before you make a big decision for the tourism, you know, tourism for Fiji, you know, just think of us, because most of the decisions that you make, it totally affects us, because, you know, the decisions are made for big operators, you know, and we are the ones that copied at the end. Big operators have support from overseas, and plus they have hundreds of people that operate through the system. But for us, mainly, you know, we just, you know, a solo operator, you know, that do all the work, you know. So would love, you know, if the decision makers can think of us and help us as well. During disasters, you know, we would like to see, you know, support system, help system that is put in place for a quick recovery for small business. You know, financial, because the first thing that small businesses like us really need at that time, because there's no means of income, is financial support. If we could, if, you know, if you guys can organize something like that to be put aside just for small micro businesses to live on, or to support on, to operate again, to open again, that will be, you know, that'll be great, you know. You know, most of our local operators here, small businesses, we support a lot as well, and it'll be great to have your massive support. So yeah, you know, agri-tourism for us is massive. So the only way we could survive into the future is to keep on working with our guests through agri-tourism and sustainability, keep on working hard with that, and coming up with few ideas, and a massive support from Tourism Fiji and the government. Of course, as well, for new operators that want to start up their business, please, if it can be made easier for them to access, you know, business license, business hotel license and everything like that, it'll be great, you know. You know, we are classed as same as the foreign investors, so it's kind of unfair to local resources like us. You know, it'll be great if you know, that a system are put in place for local investors like us that want to invest in their own resource, in their own land. If you know, those requirements can be minimized, so it can help us, you know, and also for the payments of hotel license and all these requirements for that, if it can be made cheaper for us, it'll be great, you know. Maybe 1/3 of the price that we are paying at the moment will be good. Anyway, thank you guys for listening, and thank you guys for having listened to me and taking the time to bear with me. Hope you know, Tourism Fiji can, you know, go further, and more operators can come up in every villages in around Fiji, and you know, it'll be more like similar to ours all over the place. So, you know, keep the hope going, keep on working hard. Nothing is impossible in this world. Nakabakalevu ni Samode.
So thank you so much, Danny. Danny unfortunately couldn't be with us in person, as he has a big group booking, which obviously takes priority in terms of income into his property, which is one of the things that he touched on. I also know that, you know, recently he had both Tourism Fiji's marketing department and MCTTT visiting Namosi Eco Retreat, and he's personally shared that that has been hugely helpful in terms of you know, demonstrating that both Tourism Fiji and the ministry really do want to support smaller operators. I know that he was also a recipient of a recent co-financing grant through MCTTT, which again was hugely important in terms of the future business development. I'll now move on to Litia, who I think is in the room, who's going to speak on behalf of FHTA. We'll hear from the panelists first and then have a bit of discussion and Talanoa. So Litia, over to you. You'll need to unmute perhaps for us to hear you in the room.
You hear me on the Zoom call?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Litia Mario. I'm the Executive Officer of the Fiji Hotel and Tourism Association. We're a membership-based organization, and our membership are primarily accommodation providers, but also dive marine activity providers, and also suppliers and also banks and high commissions who just want to know what's happening in the tourism industry. Ourselves in being a main voice of the tourism industry, and for our members in the way that we help them manage the shocks. I'll just use COVID as an example. When it first happened, when there was the border shutdown, we were the conduit in terms of communications to members, just to let them know what information was coming from the government ministries, what to do, what was going on, and then just to lobby to be part of the, what is now I think it's the CRM team, which was the COVID response management team, so that the private sector voice was heard. We were part of the committee to develop the Care Fiji commitment so that businesses could be self-regulating and could check that they were compliant and operate. For a lot of the businesses that shut down, we helped them to navigate the human resource minefield that sprung up in terms of putting workers on leave without pay, or looking at the option of making them redundant and navigating that with the Ministry of Employment to make sure that it didn't come back to bite them when things normalized. And just giving them the options on how to communicate that to their workers and manage that. For a lot of them, in terms of their licenses, TLTB, LTA, MSAF, just negotiating those extensions so that they didn't have to do those while they were closed down or even just partially operational, so that those expenses were managed. And also because if you're not operating, then why should you have to pay for a hotel license? Some of the ways that we help manage the shock of COVID-19, and also just to work with public sector, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Economy, and the Ministry of Tourism in terms of looking for a way forward in terms of the reopening framework and getting people operational again. For other shocks such as cyclones. So there was a big cyclone, I think it was the last year. So in terms of those, we support our members in pushing out the weather information, helping them to get guests out of the location they are, coordinating with the divisional commissioners' offices to mobilize, say, the police or the emergency services to get people out of resorts or to move them across the waters so that they can get out of the country if they need to. And things like that is the services that we provide. For lessons learned in terms of how we want the considerations we need to be included in the framework. I think for us, one of the major things that we continue to do, and it was, there was a lot of discussion around that in terms of the legislation that doesn't fit tourism and it's applied as a one size fits all. I think somebody said that today. We're very aware of that, and we continue to lobby for those changes to be made to the legislation. So I think Danny had talked about liquor licenses and hotel licenses. A small operation like Danny would pay the same amount for a liquor license as a big hotel like the Hilton, which we don't feel is right. We need things like that to be right-sized. We've lobbied for that. We don't think it's right that hotels and tour providers need to provide the same documentation every single year to get their licenses renewed. If you are giving an approval for, say, MSAF, why do you need to continue to come and check the equipment every 6 months if you've already a report for the full year? It doesn't make any sense. It makes more work for the private sector operators. And again, it's the ones that want to be compliant that seem to be the ones that get penalized. So we're working very hard in that space in terms of supporting that, and we'd like that to be considered in the framework in terms of simplifying and right-sizing legislation and regulations for tourism. The other one is giving incentives for sustainable renovations to businesses. So like Jenny said, for putting in solar panels and rewiring of your business, that is an excellent way of demonstrating a sustainable part of your business. And having the legislation in place that supports that, maybe gives you a tax incentive to do that, doesn't make you pay exorbitant customs fees on the equipment. That's something that needs to be considered and promoted to public sector to be included in that. Or what we've learned through COVID is that public-private partnerships can work. If public sector were to continue to consult with private sector, we can find solutions that make tourism work better, more successful, and we really value those partnerships because it means that we can find solutions better when issues come up. One that we'd like to highlight is we've recently put through an MOU with the NDMO. One of the things that had come up in terms of when there's a cyclone and people in Suva issue a stop sail notice for the Mamanuthas based on information that they have in Suva, but operators on the ground can see that it's blue skies and calm seas in the Mamanuthas. So the guests on the island wanting to get off, boats can't get in the water because the stop sail has been issued in Suva. They're quick to issue a stop sail notice and very slow to lift it. So MOU with the NDMO is now that they will consult the operators on the ground in the Mamanuthas and also across in the other areas of Fiji so that they have the information on the ground so that they can make better decisions in terms of that. So it does not affect business operations, but also that they're able to carry out their business operations effectively without affecting the safety of the public. Growth model for investment is, it seems to us that the Fiji government has championed big development in tourism investment. And only recently did they change the Investment Act to include investment in strata title. So the threshold, I think the threshold was like at about $1 million in terms of investment, and they brought that down to 100,000 and to also support strata title. And we believe that that's the way to go. If more investment into smaller businesses, smaller tourism developments, that would mean that they're more sustainable. They can be put out into the communities where they're able to support that kind of development. And if it's a strata title type of development, that means it only grows to as big as it's viable. It doesn't grow past that before you would look to another area to develop it. And so that's the way that we think that investment and growth should go in tourism. And that's what we will be championing and putting in our budget submissions as well this year. So that's just a few thoughts from us, and I'd be happy to talk on other areas, but we do work a lot across a lot of areas. So happy to answer questions or have further conversations with anybody who wants to have them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Naka Litia. Yeah, some really important points and kind of echoing some of the comments that we heard from Danny. So, you know, right sizing of legislation being a really critical one in terms of the enabling environment, incentives for sustainable practices, public-private partnerships. And it'd be really interesting as part of the discussion to hear whether any of the really great collaboration that we saw during COVID in terms of the reopening and managing the crisis, whether there's any lessons in terms of the structures that we can learn going forward. Because I think, as you mentioned, Litya, one of the key things is that kind of whole of government policy coherence. With that, I will move straight on to the Director of Tourism, Jacinta, who's kindly, I know she's a super busy woman, so I'm really grateful for your time, Jacinta, to speak as part of this panel yourself, switching your moderating hat onto a panelist. And we'll hear from you around the thinking internally with MCTTT in terms of tourism resilience and planning.
Thank you so much, Marita. I'm not sure if everyone can hear me properly. All good? Okay, great. So I will not on my camera just in case we lag with ICE connectivity, but thank you again, Marita. I might take a little more time than I anticipated as being the lucky only government representative on this call. But this is why we partnered with the universities to create this space. And to again directly hear from you as our industry stakeholders, our academic partners. And again, everybody in Pulau Vinaka, I'm Jacinta from Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport. I'm the Director of Tourism. I have been for a few weeks now. So I do apologize if I'm not able to answer all your questions, but I'll try my best. So colleagues, again, while I'm not a tourism businesswoman nor a worker in the industry, I'll try to share very briefly on the ministry's perspective on some of the lessons we've learned and how resilience applies from a public policy perspective. We spoke a little bit about resilience and what it actually means. And before I came on the call, I have a little book here I was reading and I was given recently, and it's actually titled Resilience. And it says that you might think of resilience as the art of survival, and perhaps at really tough times, it does come down to that. But it's also a skill that helps us stay relevant and thriving. Sure, it's what makes you get back up when you're down, but it also helps you anticipate challenges. Now, this is a little bit of a self-help book, but I do think there's relevance and utility in the discussions we're having today. So I'll just very quickly share some of the quick lessons that we've learned in terms of the multiple shocks we've gone through, and what, in our opinion as well, as the ministry, again, I cannot speak on behalf of the entire government machinery, but some of the policy initiatives as well and areas of support that should be very closely embedded in the tourism sector framework. Number one, and we've discussed as a lot on this today. I'm so sorry I couldn't hear everyone on the call, mostly Dr. Mavono, but he summarized it well. Again, number one is recognizing the value of tourism. I think that became more apparent as the years went by with cyclones, especially with COVID. In the case of COVID, we lost a third of our GDP. And today, because of tourism, our economic growth continues very positively, and we're looking at about a 15.6%, if I'm not wrong, economic growth. But again, when we say value, we look beyond tourism, tourism GDP, look beyond tourism numbers. We look at the livelihoods it supported, not just employers in the hotels, but you look at your taxi drivers, the Raju's roti shop that was busy when the cabs would line up at tourism hotspots, your community handicraft sellers. We look at all these people. These are some of the lessons we came to have better appreciation of. And we looked at sectors, the tourism's relationship, other sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, retail, creative arts, and of course, health. Till today, I know Fantash is just emailing me and she and I are going back and forth to try and catch Dr. Fong on a few other things. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. And then again, 2 years without travel and tourism, we look at the value in terms of the positivity. We look at the natural ecosystems and how they've had breathing space. Again, recognizing that the value of tourism brings to the people, to the planet, to profits, and it's something not to be taken granted for. And Dr. Mavono touched on this earlier as well, that we should also focus on, what tourists and tourism can do for us, not just what we do for them. Number two, I think, again, and everyone's touched on this, is sustainable partnership. Partnership is so important. It's key. We've weathered all these cyclones, pandemics, and our global crisis because we worked together, whether it's with government, with industry, with communities, with our wonderful development partners and our bilateral partners. But there's also a to also realize that partnership alone isn't enough sometimes. We need to ensure that these partnerships are meaningful and they're sustainable. And, we don't just call each other when we need it, but, we stay in touch. And that's something that Lydia also mentioned. This carries on, again, not just within our nation as well, but again, with our multilateral partners. There are also considerations if you're meaning sustainable partnership and meaningful partnership. We don't only want one-off fundings, but capacity building programs so that we have the ability to take ownership and be self-sufficient. Number 3, I would say a lesson learned, again, is something we've probably the key theme of today's Talanoa, but we call it Talanoa. So go easy on me is our role as government's role as enablers. I think there are 2 parts here. One is acknowledging what's been done, and it's also recognizing what more needs to be done. So I'm not going to go ahead and read a budget book, but just very quickly, again, we very much recognize, never mentioned this, Jenny, Danny online, Cassie was joining there. We've made a few tax reforms, remove the STT, the environmental climate levy, reduced departure taxes, alcohol taxes. We got rid of business licensing, and a few years, just recently we also extended the licensing period for hotels and liquor to 5. But again, it shouldn't stop here. Now we're looking at sectors very specifically and holistically. Again, and everyone's mentioned this, looking beyond liquor in hotel, looking at reforms in OHS, NFA, health, reducing the site visits. So at the moment, the ministry has partnered with the IFC. We have had several meetings with liquor boards. We found a lot of inconsistencies. Central is charging differently from the West and so forth. NFA has 100 forms, OH has 100 forms. So we're trying to bring all those forms, map them out together and see what's really needed, what's not, and if something is needed, why is it needed? And like everyone mentioned, we can't apply a one-size-fit-all approach here. And that has, again, implications. So that's one of the things we're currently reviewing, the Liquor Licensing Act. And under the Hotel Guests Act, again, what everyone's mentioned, trying to consider new products that have come into tourism, looking at the camping sites and so for smaller accommodation, community-based, and how they can be recognized equally, how they can be charged. What fees or fines do they need to pay? So these are some of the things that we are currently working on. And so obviously it's very important, and we would love to have your feedback as we go along. The important considerations to have, and we very much recognize it and acknowledge it. And I've been working as well with Fantasha and Vaita and the team to try and get these reforms up and running so that we can, again, allow MSMEs to grow. On the investment front, colleagues, very quickly, and one of the presenters had touched on it earlier, I think it was Danny. Again, there's a little bit of work going on in terms of the Investment Act that was published, and Lydia spoke about that, the Investment Act 2021. So what's new here is that it covers all investors, and it provides equal treatment regardless of whether you're a foreign or domestic investor. Essentially now a domestic investor can go to Investment Fiji so they can get the help. They can take, Investment Fiji can take you through step by step in your processes and help you with your business. They can also link you to international investors as well. And I would like to emphasize this because this wasn't done before. Investment Fiji's role was to look after foreign investors. So that's changed. So now domestic and foreign investors have to be treated the same. And next year, we will be having a couple of conversations on this. So sorry, I'm not a investment expert, but to the best of my ability, these are some of the changes that are made to the investment sort of climate. Again, just to say that some of these reforms we acknowledge were already on the agenda, and some were done out of necessity, especially during COVID. So as the public sector, that's one of the most important lessons to have. It's again important to create an enabling environment that provides flexibility. And in January next year, we'll have a special session on the regulatory requirements for MSME, and I think Madam Jenny touched on it, and we'd love to have you in that conversation. Sorry, I think I'm just losing the connection.
I think we might have lost the director. Jacinta, can you?
No, I'm here, Marita.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
just people walking in. Dr. Faisal just walked in and walked out. He just came to disturb me. I'm sorry about that. Again, so that was a little bit on government's role as enablers, and I think this is something that's a top of priority. Very quickly, in the interest of time, again, diversification as one of the pillars for resilience. And a large part of diversification also means, having the ability to pivot. And we've spoken about this as well. Tourism is an ecosystem cutting across all sectors. So we need to pay, equal attention, investing in new experiences that strengthen the value chains. Again, like Danny mentioned earlier, we should be able to introduce new offerings, more local content, like Namosi Eco Retreat did with the agritourism product. So it's really good to have partners like Paddy. And again, like Marita mentioned, we were very delighted to support Namosi Eco Retreat. And we do recognize this is not some track record, but we've been supporting tourism businesses, but it's coming out of a bigger agenda item to support, move out of resource-based sectors and into service-based sectors. And this is something that's, slowly come up over the years. So again, earlier we spoke about bringing back traditional knowledge and practices that help diversify our tourism offerings. So we do try to support, again, businesses like Takalana. And I think I remember in 2017, we co-funded Silana Eco Lodge, and this was done with the community. So what we've seen is when it's a partnership, then the model works out more. And Marita had mentioned this as well. Then these businesses are not treated like projects, but as actual businesses that can sustain themselves as they go along. Again, access to finance is, of course, super, super critical. I won't list the whole history of access to finance programs that we have at the ministry, but I can, we'll have a session on this. We'll have our director, MSME PG, come and talk a little bit about the opportunities that there are, the types of business models that exist. There's the Integrated Human Resource Development Program, there's cooperatives, and these have worked really, really well in communities. We use this approach to support Tabora Forest cooperatives about a few weeks ago. So there was a 2/3, 1/3 funding where we helped build the reception area and some of the changing rooms. So again, these were very important models to consider. I think another one is, again, not just funding, but providing mentoring and training, because that's equally important. We do a lot of monitoring and evaluation, and we have seen projects that are funded, some don't work out because they simply, there's governance, there's other matters to consider. So we try to provide some very basic trainings, whether it's costing, bookkeeping, social media marketing, in ways that as well. Just very finally, again, on going towards a net zero industry, I couldn't conclude without talking about climate change. I mean, that's one of our greatest urgency, and I'm sure we've all know and recognize the cyclones we've gone through over the years, including tropical cyclone Winston. 14 cyclones, I think, since Winston, and that's not a small number for a nation like us. Of course, we've set ourselves very ambitious targets, net zero by 2050, and that's very ambitious. And again, everyone has a role to play in that. Again, I recognize that it's not on the back of tourism, it's everyone. There's transport, there's energy sector, there's agriculture. Everyone has a role to play in that. And last week we spoke to the private sector on some of the steps that they're taking. And it's amazing, they're moving to zero plastic, zero waste, recycling, composting, what else were there, on-site farms, energy efficiency, and that's really good. But then again, despite these incentives, such as whether they're tax holidays for recycling businesses or duty free on some of the renewable energy goods, there's more we can do. And again, Liti and Jenny spoke on this, and we're really glad that this is one of the reasons why we joined this conversation, to hear where some of the impediments are. What worked and what hasn't worked and what needs to be done. So very briefly, again, thank you very much. I think I'll just stop there and give others an opportunity and give us time to have a little bit of question and answers. Again, before I pass the floor back to you, Marita, I just wanted to add that you're always welcome to email, call me. I'll try to be as responsive as possible, but of course you can get in touch with Marita for the next sessions we have lined up for next year. And we will be looking very closely at some of these areas like regulatory reforms. So admittedly, MSTF is now under the ministry. So we'll also try to get the Director of Transport on the call. We had a meeting with MSTF yesterday. The Director of Transport was there. We had Fantasha as well. So again, trying to lobby for some of the discussions we've had today. So yeah, thank you. Thank you, Marita. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Director. So I think you really, showcased how comprehensive and holistic the different bits of the kind of tourism ecosystem are in terms of resilience. There's a lot of different ways that we can try and strengthen resilience in the sector, but the enabling environment is obviously really critical to that. And I won't repeat all of the many things that that you brought up. So without further ado, we'll go on to Dr. Mavono to kind of round us off thinking about opportunities going forward. And then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for some discussions. So over to you, Api.
Marita. I will be brief so that we can have some time for question and answer later. Thank you as well, Madam Director, for your very thorough report and for staying with us through the duration of our discussions this morning. You've picked up on some very important points. Most important of all, that me and my kaibata from Natewa can get our MSTF paperwork updated through the ministry. I guess I don't really have much to say at this point, other than to report on a few key things which I think should be reiterated before we leave today's gatherings. And from the outset, today has been a very enriching experience for me. And I'm sure it's the same for most around this table, because we've had the time, although not as much time as we would have liked, but we've had time to engage in a few conversations or talanoa. Few exchanges regarding the complexities attached to the different scale, location, type of operation, and what different shocks means to different operators. And I think one of the consensus that we reached was that the former regime of using a one-size-fits-all approach does not work anymore, or may not work in all circumstances. With that said, we also discussed a number of opportunities that may have not been obvious to us previously, but because of our experience with shocks such as the pandemic, and of course, the very detailed and generous sharing done by Jenny on her experiences have been uplifting, very inspiring, but indicates some of the basic premise of what we're doing, what we're trying to achieve, and why we're here. And that is understanding the complex system that is the tourism in Fiji. We also acknowledge that there are multiple stakeholders who don't even know that they are part of our tourism system, yet they are crucial to facilitating and providing that fertile soil with which the seeds that we plant can germinate, grow fully, and bear fruits again. And I think this is the long-term view that we are encouraged to impress upon ourselves, that we are not operating in isolation as an industry, as other industries in Fiji, but we are part of an interconnected, integrated, interrelated system that draws on the strengths and support of different stakeholders. And I wish to thank everyone who took the time and effort and traveled from as far as the province of Namosi and different parts of Fiji, and in particular from the island of Nukumbati, to be here with us today. And it is much appreciated because this is the first of many conversations that we'll have. These conversations won't be easy. We understand that as different stakeholders, we have different interests that we want to pursue. But for the sake of the future and for the sake of future shocks and knowing best how to respond to them, I think we have the Fijian tourism industry, has what it takes. There's no other country in the region that has encountered so many coups as us, or the different cyclones like us. And we are unique in that respect because we have shown that we have survived. We are resilient. We can bounce back, but we have the innovation. We have the drive, the passion, but more importantly, we have that innate sense of partnership, responsibility, and obligation to ourselves, our stakeholders, and our future generation. And I think that's basically what we came to do here to talk about. We've touched on bits and pieces, thinking outside the box. This should be in our frame of mind always. There are new ideas on the horizon. These are new times where we can venture out and be a bit adventurous in trying out new solutions, using research, using previous experience, the might of our very generous development partners to push out these new ideas, to insulate ourselves. We also reached a point where we need to appreciate ourselves. We need to appreciate our cultural systems, our identity, our local providers, our local tourists, whoever they may be. And just to conclude, we need to understand that resilience building is a journey. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. Or even in 32 years. It's a continuous journey of improvement, understanding, embracing new knowledge, impacting and implementing new regimes, new frameworks, and always looking to the horizons, just as our forefathers did thousands of years ago. Looking to the horizons, always looking for that green spot, that state of calm and togetherness. Being inclusive. I think today we've reached a milestone as far as academia is concerned, academic in New Zealand, because this is quite a first for Mass University to be involved in a workshop with so many diverse partners, main to industry in any one country in the Pacific. And so I'm privileged to be able to be here and indulge in this. And thank you, Marita. Thank you, Jacinta. Thank you, Litia. Thank you, USP, and everyone, because we're actually putting our feet forward, our left foot forward here. We are trying to build partnerships, build these relationships, hold these conversations that can hopefully inform us on ways to improve, build forward better, but to pave a way forward for all our stakeholders in Fiji for years to come. With those words, I wish to extend a big level to everyone, and I'm looking forward to some questions for our Director of Tourism, Naka.
Naka, Api. So I think we have a little bit of time for some specific questions while we have the panelists on the call. I know that the director does have to run away to another meeting. So if you have any questions specifically for the director, could I suggest that we take those first? Director, it looks like they might be letting you off the hook. I'm sure you must have some specific questions from the room. I guess maybe a question from my side then. When we've talked about kind of regulatory reform, and we know that as part of the National Sustainable Tourism Framework, there will be specific sessions on that. As the director, and from your perspective as the ministry, what's the easiest and most coordinated way that collectively all the people that have raised these issues can bring them up? You know, because obviously, as how many people do you have in your department, Director?
Oh, Marita, it's very small, and even more so is with our reform unit, with our head of reforms. Now she's leading Miss Seema Sharma. She was the biggest reformist you would have, and I'm sure you'd all love to meet her. She's actually the one who's been really, really pushing for the Hotel Licensing Act to be reviewed and to firstly see what the need is for the hotel guests, that what is it that we want, and how can we make sure that it's, as everyone mentioned, it doesn't just apply to your international chains, but to smaller properties, MSMEs, as well as those who aren't even recognized by the law, to bring them in. And then even if you were to charge fees, it has to be fair. And it should contribute back to the business as well. So, those are some of the things. So I think, again, it's very complex in the sense there's a lot of stakeholders involved. So, MCTTT plays a very coordinated role in the sense we're very middleman in this case, because we don't have the legislations under us. If not, they would have been starting to get repealed left, right, and center. One of our greatest challenges is getting everyone within regulatory sort of agencies on board, bringing your National Fire Authority to the table, and then, trying to explain to them, or, even asking questions as to, do you need to do this? Those are hard questions sometimes to have with the agencies, again, bringing the health guys on the table, bringing the liquor guys on the table, again, like MSEF, LTA, whether they are. So I think we have to be very focused on, if you're looking at the hotel guests, that's one way to start, looking at hotel and liquor together. So then you have little other agencies come under it as well, NFA and so forth. So I think, Marita, what we can do as well is, after we have our regulatory topic, if we have focus groups, we usually have Fantasha and Faita and them on board. We would love to have some of our operators, again, through Diobata, to be present as well and to share your perspectives as well. I think that'll be a good way to sort of go about it. And again, have focus groups like we have right now. People are more comfortable talking to each other and just sort of driving it from there.
Thanks, Director. Any thoughts or feedback? I can see Josefa taking the mic. Go ahead, Josefa.
It's Cassie, Marita.
Oh, sorry, Cassie. You're too far away. All I can see is a red jacket.
Just to Director, how many is the small staff you have?
Sorry, Cassie?
No, how many staff do you have? You mentioned it's a small.
I have about 4 or 5 staff with me.
I just want to get this point out because it's small. And how much revenue does tourism bring to the country?
Yes, Marita, often everyone asks me this question. Unfortunately, we've had to let go of certain positions over the years, especially in the last 2 years. We've had no recruitments. And as we recover slowly, we're bringing those positions back. And I will continue to fight through our budgetary process to bring more staff, not just staff, but bringing the right skills, I think is very important. But again, Kasti, that's a very good point.
Nakakasi. And I think as industry stakeholders that are on the call as well, I think that's also something that we can hopefully make the point in terms of our submissions. I can see Appy waving, but I don't know why. Stuart waving, Stuart is the limit of the camera on Zoom. So if you're not.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, Director. Sorry to put you on the spot again. Are there any plans for the Ministry of Tourism to decentralize from Suva, to have some offices in the more predominant tourism areas, say in Nandi, and maybe having another one up north, just to be closer to the people that you serve?
So at the moment, Lithia, we have staff in Nandi, who we're trying to upskill, but they're responsible just for the IVS. We have 2 staff there who collect data at the international airport, but they work in shifts, so they can start as early as 6 or finish as late as 10 o'clock. So they have a very specific role, but we try to ensure that they are more present, albeit just 2 of them, to have that. But with limited staffing capacity at the moment at the ministry, we try to not work in our departments. It's something we've learned to do over the years. Try to do a few things at a time, multi-skill ourselves. For example, we've recently been going out into communities to talk about tourism. And we can't do that alone. I mean, I'm not able to send all my staff out, but I try to send 1 or 2 to go, to appreciate what's out there and to go with the provincial administrators, to go with the MSME Fiji staff who are already out there. So as much as possible, just for now, trying to see how we can work with each other within the ministry to provide those services. But again, once we have, staffing back on, once we start to recover more, again, we're trying to expand the ministry. But there's these issues of, just like with the industry, skills are moving out. We're losing a lot of skills within ministry as well. For example, well, some for the better, for example, Ms. Seema, who's now the permanent secretary. But then again, there's the private sector, a lot of staff we're losing there. So there's that to also consider.
Yes, sir. It's me again, Director. Just a quick one. Since we are at this stage of drafting and putting together the sustainable tourism framework and policy, I think it's only proper that we mention somewhere to those who are going to consider this that we need to build our people within our ministry. It's for too long. It's been like this. We've had a very small team support this huge industry, and our stakeholders are, the number one industry. I stand corrected, the number one industry, and to have only 4 staff is sort of a mismatch with the commitment that we expect for this industry and for it to be looked after. It's we understand you've just come into the role, but I'm sort of impressing this upon you because you are now going to go up and up from there. And as you go, you need to remember that as you grow, please remember that we need to grow our people and our sector
Very
from
true.
everywhere.
Mhm.
And I think it's only proper that we suggest and humbly request that we look into this, particularly from the ministry's perspective. Hopefully, we can get our own Ministry of Tourism to stand on its own and not be nestled and part of this greater MC-T. But I'm not speaking on elections or anything, so I think I'm in the clear in terms of the rules for us academics in Fiji.
I just want to add one positive thing with this, with being clustered, although I do understand the importance of having a standalone Ministry of Tourism. I've seen synergy since being merged in this ministry more than I've ever seen. Well, not that I've been around for that long, if I may, but the amount of synergy we have with our trade team, the amount of synergy we have with Investment Fiji. I mean, being a part of one ministry does help the case in that way. For example, we've created this reform unit within the ministry. That's the importance we've placed on reform. We just want reform people to look at reforms like that. And right now, the number one priority, and which I will ensure we see through, is again the hotel and liquor licensing. Because again, like Miss Jenny said, we've spoken too much about it. Now it's time to actually put that on ground. So I mean, those synergies are there. So because sometimes I would imagine if you're again separated, you're going to have to go to another 10 ministries to convince. So just some positive silver lining to add to that, Dr. Api.
Thank you so much, Appy. I'm afraid I am going to have to run away to another meeting as well. So I will leave Appy to continue to facilitate any remaining questions. As the director is saying, this is part of a series of consultations. And we've been a little bit last minute over the last few weeks, but we will do our best to make sure that there's really clear information about the sessions going forward. So look out for emails through the Tourism Fiji newsletter and on the MC-T website. Director, Litia, all of those present, Appy, Danny virtually, thank you so much for joining us today. And Appy, I'll hand over moderation to you if that's okay.
It's okay, Marita, Vinaka, so yes, we have a few more minutes left. Questions, discussions, comments before we break for afternoon tea.
Yes. I just want to bring up a point made by Danny. He said he was not able to join us because he has a big group up there. That shows another struggle that we go through when we come to government offices. Sometimes those who are there to serve us, they don't really have all the information that we need. And we have to turn back and are told to come back another day. But little did they know, we, the operators, small operators, we are the ones who are running the operation. Not like big hotels, there's staff to run the hotels, but we are the ones. Not only we are leading, we are hands and feet of the operator. I find myself up in the forest and on the roads and down the river weekly. So when I come, then I go to the office and I see that then I have to come back again, it's just waste a lot of time. That's a good point brought in by Danny. And I want to thank FHTA for always there to disseminate information when we need it, and also lobby. They've been doing a great job. Just want to let them know and thank them too.
Would you want to respond to that, Jacinta, or anyone else?
Thank you. Bulvanak Kasi, please, I hope if it's MC Triple T, I would apologize, but please, if you ever have the trouble with this ministry, just let me know. I've just dropped my email in the chat box. Always welcome. We also have, I have to tell you that we also have the Department of Town and Country Planning, who are now under our wonderful wings. So, we know there's often a lot of development matters there, but I'm happy to be a conduit for, at least for the tourism part of things, and connect you with the right people here in the ministry. And it is unfortunate that you have to know people to get things done sometimes, but for now, please do accept this opportunity from my end. But again, Kasi, very much agree. We face the same trouble too sometimes, and it's, again, a lot to do with mindset change and driving that service culture across, something that we continue to learn and to grow with, at least here at the ministry.
Madam Director. Anyone else has a shopping list or list of things to put up to the Madam Director while she's here? This is your opportunity. But in any case, we've come, to the end of the day and the program. I would just like to open the floor for feedback from our stakeholders. Any feedback that you may have, regarding this event, and things that you want us to discuss, and possible time. I think the next time we meet, I'll reach out to our friends at FHTA and our hotel reps and see if we can be hosted at a facility that doesn't have dodgy internet and Zoom and dodgy air conditioning. Would be nice and less disruptive. But honestly, we're here to to learn from each other, and I'm keen to take on any pointers and suggestions. If you have any requests, specific requests for research to be conducted in specific areas. We've got a healthy postgraduate program. We've got a healthy number of masters. We've got funds to travel out to the Pacific. We've also got a good number of PhDs. I'm pleased to share that we have one of our alumni, Patricia Bibi, who's enrolled in her PhD already and will be joining us next year. We also have somebody from the tourism fraternity who I will not name yet, will be joining Massey University to do a master's in research, all looking at specific key interest areas for us. And so if you have anything that you want explored, there are a bunch of universities there in New Zealand and Australia, which we are all connected to, and who have funds and people who are keen to come and help us with our research needs. With that, and Fiji, of course, and of course, our very own University of the South Pacific. Exclude air conditioning women. It's getting late in the afternoon. People are feeling sleepy, no, or thirsty, and maybe keen for some sweet treats later on. But yes, any final words, Kasi? What? Nitya? Yes.
Is just one point that I'd like to address. In your presentation this morning, you talked about local ownership of
Yes.
tourism businesses in Fiji.
Yes.
And we continue to try and debunk that. I think a lot of people, they see a white CEO or GM at a tourism accommodation there, and they assume it's foreign owned. In 2019, we actually looked into that. We did our own research, and room capacity, if you're looking at room capacity, over 80% of tourism businesses in Fiji are locally owned. And that's because FNPF are major shareholders in most of the big hotels here. So you have, in this Tanoa, so I mean, Hilton, so all of Denarau basically, or most of Denarau, apart from I think Wyndham, would be locally owned.
Okay.
To stop putting that message out that there's a lot of leakage in terms of the tourism dollar going up, because that money does come back into locally owned pockets. And so I think if there's a message that we'd like to overturn it, it's that. And tourism is locally owned for the most part. And so I think we should stop looking at private sector as the big bad wolves, and especially for government, sorry, Jacinta. But looking at it as tourism as a cash cow for government to continue milking, but to look more as it as a partner to work with public sector and move the economy forward.
Okay, thank you, Lithia. I think I will respond to that actually. So in my slide, I alluded to local landowners wanting more ownership. Yes, and that's not the case now. And when we look at local ownership, we need to talk about this quite frankly and honestly. Who owns? Who are these locals? How does the money trickle down? How is these tourism enterprises raising living wage? Are we satisfied with just receiving crumbs from the master's table, as Mr. Sami wrote in 1982? I don't think so. And if we look at the numbers are very convincing, because it shows that tourism is actually, industry is actually perpetuating, low wages, and a lot of people go into this industry with all their hearts that they give, but very little in return, hoping mostly for the FNPF when they finish their term at work. So I understand it needs to be debunked. I'm not looking at anybody as a big bad wolf or as something. I'm merely the messenger here, because I've spoken to heaps of landowning communities and units who've sat by and watched their hotels, their land trade hands a couple of times to these new locals that we are talking about. I don't subscribe to any ethnic kind of grouping. I just think that more can be done for us to raise the tide together, and not some people sail off into the sunset, into the canoes, while us, the rest, are in Ambilimbili. We need to rise together. And I think that tourism has the opportunity to do that. And I don't mean to defend anybody or any point of view, but really, I think we should speak frankly here and say, look, there are ways around what we have right now. And we are here exactly to speak about this. Because yes, while some people are taking home profits of, you may know more than me on how many millions people take home, how many millions of cents do the workers take? What are they still on casual contracts for numerous years? What are the career projections? So everyone needs to benefit, you see? And this is sort of the crux behind the sustainability agenda now and the resilience agenda now. It should be about raising standards of living, well-being, fairness, equality, equity for everybody. And tourism's been around in the Coral Coast for 40 or 50 years. What's the poverty status in these communities? I can share that with you. I've been researching it for a while, and it's not convinced me enough to to be able to say that we are doing things right. We're not, but we can improve most definitely. And I'll remember not to promote the view that landowners or locals should be owners, but I will. I'll promote them and make sure that we empower people. Yes, yes, of course. And how do we do that? Is there a pathway that we can? Exactly. It's okay. Trust. It's okay. Trust fund. Of course. Of course. And we're having this conversation now because that's an option going forward. That's an option, right? And there are other options too. And I'm just so grateful, that we're able to touch on this because people are crying out. Sometimes we don't hear them unless we go and live with in their communities for 8 months or 12 months. Then we really understand where so-called landowners sit in all this. Eh? Well, ask the TLTV of the. Mhm. Yes, but well, the flaw is that it's not just the whole community or village that are the landowners. You have the Matangali, the greater community. So one Matangali may benefit and they'll develop, and there are some others who won't. And is to be sustainable and resilient, and it also has to be equitable. Just paying lip service. We've got the ideas. Is to touch the right people. We've got a good director there, keen to take on these ideas. And if things change politically, there could be opportunities there. And if they don't change, there's synergies already prevalent within the MCTTT that we can draw on. I think this is the best way to sort of tie up this and continue this conversation over a cold chili drink outside, because we can harness a bit of this energy about moving forward to inform the next process. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Mm. 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 Yeah. In consideration, I'd say we can do it all. I say we can own hotels, we can have the experiences, and I mean, we're talking looking forward 30, 40 years here. Be around, hopefully. So these are the building blocks, looking forward this, 10, 20 years, this. Mhm. Yeah. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the golden hour. I wish to extend a sincere and very genuine thank you on behalf of Mass University and our partners, FHTA, MCTTT, the University of the South Pacific, and our donors and our various partners, and to you, our stakeholders, who have been with us today. First of the next 2 or 3 years, this is if they don't allow some kinds of conversation in Parliament, let's allow it here, because this is where we can really get up to solutions. So I thank you. Thank you all for your attention and for your generosity in sharing with us. At this point, I'd like to close the workshop, and I'd like to call upon Mr. Marika Kwilamu to conclude our deliberations with a prayer before I'll invite you all to some refreshments